going to go live.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Your name followed by the pound or hash sign.
All right, good morning.
Marcia Johnson for Justice Evelyn Wilson.
Okay, we are live.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
I'm not sure how to change it.
Good morning, everyone.
Conference. After
Morning.
joining the call, to record the conference for those who may miss this call, or for future playback, press *2.
But stay here.
hi, Ed.
It is 9 o'clock in the morning and we are now in a public meeting. And so I would like first to introduce myself. My name's Justice Evelyn Wilson, and I'm the non-voting interim chair of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission. And I want to welcome the commissioners and the public to this meeting. It's especially gratifying for me to see the commissioners. I want to, first of all, take just a second to thank all of you for adapting and being willing to adapt during this time of COVID. We've had new things that have come up. The hospitals, I understand, are full. We've had a new health guidance / mandate issued by our Shawnee County healthcare person who makes those decisions. And so it's good to see all of you this morning. The first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and take a roll of the commissioners to make sure that we have a quorum. So I'd like to introduce my assistant, Marcia Johnson. And Marcia, if you would please read the names of the commissioners, and then if you, when your name is read, please respond.
We're having some internet.
Good morning. Richard
Morning.
Lake.
Here. Or I guess there.
David Allen.
Here.
Ed Pugh.
Here.
Norma Dunaway.
Here.
John Watt.
Here.
Max Fuller.
Here.
Charles Wall.
Here.
And Jean Shearer.
Here.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. I'll shut your door. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Need to push this.
Did we lose Justice Wilson? Oh, there she.
Here I am. I apologize. Sometimes it happens that we have a little bit of a glitch with our internet, and it looks like that happened to me. So I apologize to everyone. But I'm back. Marcia, were you able to get a roll call, or did you have to stop?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is everyone here?
Everyone is here.
All right, I am going to announce then that there is a quorum for our meeting. And the first thing I'd like to do is ask that the commission refer to the minutes that have been produced from the October 6, 2020, October 30, 2020, and November 13, 2020 meetings. I'll look first to the October 6th minutes. And I noticed just one change that I believe needed to be made. The vacancy is for District Magistrate Judge Blaine Finch, I believe, and not Blaine Carter. Is that correct? No?
I think it's
Is it Blaine Carter?
yes.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
That's what I've always called him.
All right. Well, that's my mistake then. I'm mixing him up with someone else I know. So forget that. Are there any, let's look at the October 6th meeting then are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? They have previously been provided. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Dick Lake.
Is there a second?
Second,
And was that Ms. Dunaway?
it was.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. It's hard for us to talk all at once, and that way Marcia can take a count. All right, and any opposed? Motion carried. All right, let's go to the October 30, 2020 minutes. Are there any additions or corrections? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Dick Lake, so moved.
Mr. Lake moves, and is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Okay.
All right, that was
Mr. Allen,
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Fuller.
All right, and
Mr. Fuller seconded the motion.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
Seconded the motion.
All
Sorry.
right. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand. Put it right in front of your face. Yeah, now I can see them all. Mr. Y, I can't see your hand. If you could put it right under your chin, that would help. Yep, there it is. All right. Any opposed? Motion is carried. All right, for the November 13, 2020 minutes, any additions or corrections? Motion to approve.
So moved. Dick Lake.
Lake, second,
Second,
and who
David
was that?
Allen, second.
Mr. Allen? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Or raise a hand. All right, that looks like everyone. Motion carried. All right, and the next thing that we have on our agenda for today is that we would entertain public comment. We are streaming on YouTube, and we have also in our media releases given information so that people in the public can access this meeting by phone. And Marcia is the telephone operating, so people can make a comment from the public if they wish.
it is.
All right. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to make a statement? And if you do, I'd ask that you state your name first and try to keep your comments to 2 minutes and the maximum if possible. So anyone who wants to speak will be able to.
And I did not hear any pings on the phone as if somebody had joined, so.
Okay, well, it looks like we do not then have any public comments. And so I would like to, at this time, read the message that I received from Judge Elder, who will be the Chief Judge of the Second Judicial District after, I believe, January 11th. And I asked him whether he would like to make a comment about what the new positions will entail. And today we are interviewing for a district judge position. There will be from 3 to 5 names submitted by the commission to the governor for selection of one of those people to be an additional district judge, replacing longtime district judge Gary Nafziger, who is currently chief judge. The commission will also be selecting a district magistrate judge to succeed the position of Judge Carter in Wabunsee County. Judge Elder made this statement: applicants for both the magistrate position and the district court position should understand that they will be assigned to cases and dockets in Jackson County on a regular basis. Jackson County does not have a magistrate judge position, and over the years, the caseload has increased substantially. If traveling to Jackson County is an issue, that should be a consideration. All right, and the next thing that I would like to do, I'm going to take just a second to look at the breakout rooms. And breakout room 1 will consist of Charles Waugh, Mr. Schur, Mr. Allen, Mr. Pugh, Mr. Lake, Mr. Watt, Mr. Fuller, and Ms. Dunaway. And I am going to entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing confidential materials related to the background information. And I suggest that that be for 15 minutes. Is there one of the commissioners who would like to make a motion to go into executive session?
Dick Lake, and so moved.
Is there a second?
John Watt, second.
All right. All in favor, raise your right hand. Are there any opposed? Marcia, were there any opposed? I have some screens that are covering people. All right, motion carried. I am going to open the breakout room, I hope. I don't do this every day, so I hope this is going to work. And we will be in executive session. All right.
Join breakout room, join.
Marcia, I know this is going to be streamed, but are we on the right stream? Because I started Kansas Judicial Branch. You're muted. You're muted, Marcia.
Sorry, Kelly. I think the last time that we did this on the 10th, we did it through the Supreme Court. But I think, yes, the link that was in the news release is the one I'm using now, and I am connected to live stream.
All right, sounds good. I got a little nervous there. All right, I'm gonna go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the first time I think I've used we went with the Supreme Court one.
Right.
It was the first time we'd done it, so.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Marcia.
Thank you for your help again. Oh. I should probably do this.
All right, Marcia, we are returning to the main session. I expect everyone will be coming in, I hope. Has it been about 15 minutes? I forgot to write down
I
exactly.
wrote it down
Okay,
when you went in, and so 9:12 and you're coming out at 9:24. So just about.
okay.
And we do have a candidate in the waiting room.
Okay.
I don't know
and
if you can see that.
I see the breakout rooms. I think I want to close all the rooms. They're all still in the breakout rooms. So breakout rooms will close in 56 seconds.
Now, some of them I think might come back through the waiting room, so we might have to put them back through. I think if they leave themselves, then we have to re-enter them into the meeting.
We're just in transition from the waiting room. People are coming in.
Have 8.
I think everyone is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I think everyone has re-entered the room. And we have Kelly O'Brien. He is from our IT department or IS department. And our first interview is scheduled for 9:30. It is Amy Crawford, the person who is applying for both the district judge and the district magistrate judge position. We're a little bit early, but if it's all right with all of you, I think we'll go ahead and let Ms. Crawford into the room. Can you go ahead?
Good morning.
Good morning. I can see from your name you are Amy Coppola Crawford. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. I want to welcome you to your interview. Thank you for being willing to adapt to a Zoom meeting today. We look forward to learning more about you. And you are applying for both the district judge and the district magistrate judge positions today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
All right. Well, why don't you tell us why it is that you are the best choice for district judge position and or district magistrate judge position?
Thank you. Well, first, I wanted to say I am absolutely grateful and thankful and honored to be interviewing here. And I appreciate Justice Wilson, Ms. Johnson, and members of the Second Judicial Nominating Commission to be here today. You may be wondering why I am currently in between jobs, and it's because my husband and I have been trying to move closer to our family who are in the Northeast Kansas part. My husband's family actually is in Johnson County. That's where I'm at right now. I'm at my sister-in-law's Airbnb. And he actually grew up in Atchison County. His mother is still in Atchison County. And my family is, my father retired in Leavenworth, and so did my mother as a Army colonel. So growing up, I moved around quite a bit. And we're trying to find roots. And I think that the Second Judicial District, specifically Wabunsee County, is a place that we can find those roots. My husband and I have been scouring places to find a home, and we were finally able to find a house in Eskridge, Kansas that is absolutely beautiful. I've found that Wabunsee County has the most beautiful landscape I've ever seen, and I've been to quite a lot of places. And I would be honored to serve the citizens of Wabunsee County upon being able to move there and start as the magistrate judge if given that position. That address would be 207 East 5th Avenue, just in case that was needed. As far as my background is concerned and why I believe I am the best candidate for these positions, I have a Bachelor of Social Work from KU. I have a law degree from Washburn, and I've been in good standing with my law degree and practicing as an attorney since 2007 when I passed the bar. I was involved in child in need of care cases, both privately and as a prosecutor for the Dickinson County Attorney's Office. I was also a guardian ad litem when I first started practicing with Kansas Legal Services and also in private practice when I was in Leavenworth County. I was a big promoter of the First Judicial District CASA Association, and I was actually a CASA while I was in law school. So I'm very familiar with the child in need of care system and how that works. I was also in charge of the juvenile docket while I was a prosecutor for Dickinson County, and I'm also familiar with the changes of that code. I was also in charge of the traffic, misdemeanor, DUI, felony, drug, and misdemeanor dockets, as well as DUI, felony, and misdemeanor. I was also I took over all non-person felonies the last year that I was with Dickinson County. So I've had many bench trials, I've had many preliminaries, I've done 2 jury trials when I was with Dickinson County, and I've done a multitude of motions to suppress hearings. I also have a background in probate and civil when I was in private practice. And while I was with Dickinson County, we did search warrants. We would review those before they went to the judges. So I have knowledge in that as well. And with that, I look forward to all of your questions.
Are there any questions?
This is Gene Shear. I have a question. Why did you move from Leavenworth to Abilene?
So when I was with Leavenworth and with the Crow firm, I was doing primarily domestic practice. And I did that for almost 10 years. Domestic practice is very rewarding, but it can be very, you can get burned out quickly. And that's what was happening to me. And I was seeing those signs. So I felt it was necessary for me to change the area of the law that I was in. And when I was looking for other employment, Dickinson County gave me that availability. And it was an area of the law that I had not practiced in yet. And I wanted to challenge myself with something I hadn't done yet. And I wanted to learn something that I hadn't done. So that's why.
All right, thank you.
Dick Lake, having
Yes,
laid
sir.
down roots in Wabunsee County, is it a reasonable assumption you're more interested in the magistrate judge than the district judge job?
It is a reasonable assumption. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And in fact, I know that with either position, I would be traveling quite a bit, and that's not a problem for me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Coppola Crawford, I know this is Justice Wilson. I know that you've probably practiced before several judges.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Who had probably had different approaches, different ways of going about how they operate. What is it that you've seen about the judges before whom you've appeared that you'd like to emulate, that you'd you think you would be particularly suited for?
Sure. Well, when I was first practicing, I was in front of quite a few judges because I was with Kansas Legal Services. One of the first judges that I was in front of was Judge Sexton in Dickinson County. And I absolutely adored the way that he approached the bench and that it was service to his community. And that is absolutely what I want to bring to the bench if I become a judge. I appreciated that he was there not because of him. It wasn't ever, he wanted the people to understand and respect the position because it was service to his community. And I absolutely loved the way that he goes through every case and makes certain that they understand their rights, if they're waiving any rights, why they're waiving, and that they can never get those rights back if they're waived. That he is incredible with making certain that people understand why they're there, what they're there for, and what they're doing. One of the other judges that I was in front of, or two of them, Judge Young and Judge Cudney, I found them to be absolutely the most poised judges that I've ever seen. They're very graceful. Those are two things that I hope to bring to the bench as well. Judge Wiley in Leavenworth County was very appropriate with the bench. He never let his emotions get the best of him. And that's also something that I'm hopeful to bring to the bench. And then Judge King in Leavenworth was also more professional than a lot of the judges that I was in front of. Not that none of the judges were professional, but that he believed that there was a certain decorum that you needed to provide. I don't necessarily think that I have to mimic Judge King, but I do appreciate how he approached his bench. Judge Collett, who is the magistrate judge in Dickinson County, I found him to be a very caring individual. He cared about the successes, specifically of the children in the child in need of care cases, and he celebrated those successes as his own. And that was something that I thought was charismatic and something that I hope to bring to the bench as well.
What are the things that you've learned while practicing law that you don't ever want to forget when you become a judge?
How to research. When you're, I know that as a judge, I'm going to have cases that I know nothing about. I know nothing about that particular law because it's never been something that I've done. So I love the fact that I have that ability to go and research either through case law or through statutes, treatises, and be able to find the answer and figure it out. And the fact that a lot of the law is problem solving. And I love that. I love to problem solve.
We know that the judicial code applies to judges all of the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. But a judge is also part of his or her community. How would you envision being part of your own community if you are also a judge?
So one of the things that I would hope to be able to do is education in the school system, go in and speak to the elementary and high school children about the judicial system, how it works, how it runs, and how it's changed so much from what we were doing pre-COVID to what we're doing now, COVID. And I think a lot of that has to do with adaptability of a judge, and that's something that I possess in spades. I would want to do some mock trials just to have them see how it works out, and hopefully for May Day, invite the community to the courthouse. And if that's not available, maybe be able to do some sort of platform so that it's broadcasted so that people are able to see how their community judge is working and how I'm serving the citizens.
Any other questions from the commissioners? All right, Ms. Coppola Crawford, is there anything else before you go? Is there anything else that you would like for the commission to know about you in applying for these positions?
Yeah, I do actually, and I appreciate the opportunity to have that last little bit of closing. I am a very patient individual. I'm adaptable. I was fully intending on being there in person to see all of your smiling faces, and that didn't happen last minute. And so I am very familiar with the Zoom platform, as that has been what we used in Dickinson County. In Saline County, they used the Blue Jeans platform, and I've been familiar with that as well. I'm also familiar with the new system that they're trying to implement for the Odyssey in the court system. And I'm also familiar with the eFlex system. I'm extremely punctual. I don't like waiting till the last minute for anything. And I can look at all sides of pretty much any case and figure out what the best course of action is. And I'm hopeful that I am chosen for one of the positions. And I appreciate the fact that I was here and able to interview in front of you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Would you like me to leave, or do you want to kick me out?
Why? Thank
We
you.
certainly don't want to kick you out.
Thank you.
And
I'll leave then.
I'm not sure I can make her leave.
That's okay. I'll leave. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you.
And we do have Mr. Etzel in the waiting room.
Yeah, Mr. Etzel in the waiting room. It's a little bit before he was scheduled to start. It's 9:41. Is there anything the commission would like to talk about before Mr. Etzel joins us?
I like your questions.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Feel free to ask him. I just felt like sometimes we're a little bit shy getting started.
This is Ed Pugh. I'm just curious, how many non-commission member participants do we have here?
Non-commission, and the one I can't see any. No, nobody else is participating by Zoom except Kelly O'Brien, who's with the internet services or the intellectual property services. And Marcia Johnson, who's my assistant, and she's taking notes and minutes, and me. Otherwise, it's only the commission that you can see. And we only admit, people who have received the Zoom invite. Any member of the public has the ability to watch on YouTube, but they're not with us on Zoom. And then the public also can call in and listen by phone.
Well, thank you, Justice. I'm not much of a Zoomer, so I was just trying to get the lay of the land here.
Yeah, that's okay. You look like a pro now.
Yeah.
Justice Wilson.
Yes.
I'll withhold my comment.
The public at this time can only watch through the live stream. They're not called in because then they would connect to the potentially executive session. So they can only watch through the live stream.
Gotcha.
And I can tell the commissioners right now we have 29 people watching, and I'm one of them, just to make sure everything's going. And I'm sure Mr. O'Brien is probably another one of them. So.
Okay, and I don't know if you noticed during the discussions, I went in and made a few changes to the names. So I think all of your names are now correct. So I don't want to get you in trouble after the day is over with anyone, so you can blame it on me. Okay, shall we let in Mr. Etzel?
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Shearer's stepped out for just a second, so we'll wait for him to get back. One other tip, I see Mr. Pugh probably has already known this, but if you're not talking, you might want to press the mute button, which is it's in my lower left corner. There's an icon that says mute and looks like a microphone. That way, if there's background noise, we won't hear it, but you have to make sure you unmute if you want to talk. So it's just a matter of clicking it and then clicking it again, and it'll do one or the other. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm going to admit Mr. Etzel.
I think I did. Sorry, Justice.
All right. Good morning. Are you Chris Etzel? Oh, he's still connecting to audio.
Okay, you have my audio?
Yes, we do.
Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning. And you are Chris Etzel?
I am.
You are applying for the position of District Judge of the 2nd Judicial District. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, welcome. I'm Justice Wilson. I'm the non-voting chair, and we have members of the commission present and also someone from our IT services and my assistant. So why don't we get started? We're looking forward to hearing from you, and we'd like to know why you are the best person for the position of district judge that we're filling.
Well, I guess I'd say I'm qualified, and I mean, ultimately that's for you guys to decide who you think the best candidates are. But I think I'm qualified for that position for a couple reasons. First of all, I guess I would say the breadth and the depth of my private practice. Being a private practice sole practitioner, since I started practicing law, I have handled all sorts of cases: criminal work, retained and appointed criminal defense work, various kinds of civil cases, child custody, divorce, name changes, all the way up to small town type sole practitioner cases like landlord-tenant disputes and debt collection for local merchants. I've represented parents in child needed care cases. I've represented children as guardian ad litem in child needed care cases, juvenile offender matters. And I think that's important, especially for this position for district judge in the 2nd district, because unlike a lot of larger jurisdictions, our district judges handle all kinds of cases. We don't have divisions, probate division, criminal division. We don't have it broken up like that. The district judge has to do almost any types of cases. And so I think just the different types of cases that I've handled over the years is number one that I would think would put me ahead of the pack. Secondly, I would say just basically a couple of principles that I have, I guess, adopted over the last couple years, well, the last many years in practice. And essentially that is preparation of cases. I think we have one different individual on our panel than we did 5 years ago. But I said the same thing to the panel 5 years ago when I interviewed, and that was preparation is one of the most important things to me in my practice. And I just essentially a long time ago refused to go into court and be out prepared by another attorney. That's not something that I'm willing to do, and that's not something that feels good when that happens. So a long time ago, I decided I will be the most prepared one in the courtroom. Preparation is absolutely key in these types of cases, in all types of cases. The second thing I think that transfers basically from my private practice that I think would suit someone well on the bench or suit me well on the bench would be attention to detail. that's kind of the second thing that is high on my list. And that goes hand in hand with preparation. But when most cases get to a point of being litigated, you're in court either for some kind of evidentiary hearing or if it's a trial to a judge or a jury. The reason that they get to that point is because they're very close cases. And our system just kind of works that way. The cases that are not close usually settle. There's a reason why they settle, because one side has a clear advantage over the other. So when you get to litigating cases, I think attention to detail is what wins and or loses cases. You have to be able to assess a case backwards, over and over again in preparation and pick out those minute details that are going to sway the finder of fact one way or the other because it's so close. And over the years, I guess I would say that I've learned to do that in a very, very minute manner to find those details to try to establish your case the best that you can. And those two principles, I think, just naturally transfer to the bench. I mean, the district judge, whether you're sitting on just a regular, let's say a criminal docket day, you're going to have a stack of files probably this tall on your bench. And you can't just open those files up cold and start going through them as you're calling your cases. The district judge needs to be aware of what's going on in that case. Why are we here today? What are the issues that need to be discussed? Where are we at on this case? And that's just simply preparation. I would say that the same thing would apply if you're going to be going into a trial. I mean, the district judge should be looking ahead. What are the issues going to be at trial? What am I anticipating there's going to be objections to? I want to get in front of that. I want to be ready to answer and have a basis for those objections, whether it's going to be grant or deny. Just again, general preparation. What are the issues? What are we looking for? Trying to head off those kinds of issues. And again, the second part of that, which is I think goes together, is attention to detail. And it's the same thing. It transfers to the bench. The judge needs to be able to look and listen in advance in the preparations. It's in the details. And in court, if you're listening to a case, listening to litigants, you need to be able to pick up on the details of the case and be able to apply those to the law in order to make a ruling. So I guess I would say that I think I pride myself on those two characteristics and have for a long time in building my private practice. And I think that those would transfer well to the bench and make me a well-suited candidate.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Yes, this is John Watt.
Morning, John.
Would it be fair to say that most of your practice is in Jackson County, Pottawatomie County, and Waubonsee County?
That's correct, John. I have done a few cases in Jefferson County over the years, probably 2 or 3. Just when they ran out of attorneys on that appointment list, I get a call from the judge, hey, can you help us out? You know, everybody's conflicted on these particular cases, and I've done that. But no, you're correct. Jefferson, Jackson, and Waubonsee is the bulk of my practice. And the reason for that is there's just so many hours in a day, in a week. And you learn pretty quick when you start stretching things, or stretching yourself too thin, mistakes happen, you overlook things. And again, that's just not something I'm willing to do. So you're correct, John.
Mr. Etzel, how many hours are you planning on putting in a week's time as a judge?
Well, I guess the short answer is as many as it takes. I I don't see any reason why it would need to be more than 40 hours a week. I certainly don't think it's a 60 or 80 hour a week position, but that's based on, I guess, ultimately, Judge Elder is going to be the new chief judge. That's already been announced. And the chief judge, one of his responsibilities is assignments. So depending on what assignments that this position would be given, that is a great part of the workload. But just to be honest, in the morning, I get up fairly early and there's not much to do hanging around the house once the kids are off to school. So I'm off to, when I have Holden docket days, I'm there fairly early, usually waiting around, getting things ready to go. So I wouldn't think it would be any different if I were to be selected for this position. I'd probably be over in Jefferson County fairly early and just be there as long as it takes. But again, I guess the short answer is it depends, but I certainly don't think it would be much longer than a 40-hour week.
And you have no problem doing a lot of traveling?
No, I travel so much now. My office is in Onega here in Pottawatomie County. And as John pointed out, my practice areas are Jackson, which is Holton, Wabaunsee, which is Alma, and then here in Pottawatomie, which is Westmoreland. So almost every single day I'm driving somewhere. So I don't think the miles probably will change. That what would be different is it would be to the same spot, every day. But in the scheme of things, I don't think I'll be traveling any more or probably any less.
Thank you.
This is Watt again. You live out in the country, and my recollection is you run some cattle. What does that occupation and lifestyle, what would that bring to the bench?
Well, I guess I would say time management and organizational skills. And you're correct, John. I still run the farm. I've been scaling back our cow herd in the last couple of years because of time constraints. The second district has gotten so busy that my workload has jumped immensely. So what has to give is the farm. But you don't run a successful law practice and a successful farm by forgetting about one or forgetting about the other, or neglecting one or neglecting the other. Both of those and doing both at the same time requires organizational skills, time management, and those are, I would say, big factors that would need to be transferred over to the bench. Managing dockets, managing the workload and the caseload, and general running of your courtroom. So I think those things would definitely, those skills would definitely transfer over and make it an easy transition to sit on the bench.
In closing, Mr. Etzel, is there anything else that you would like this commission to know about you?
Well, I think most of the commission knows me fairly well. I would just say in closing that, if given a chance to be selected, I would work just as hard and work just as diligently as I have in building my private practice if I was given an opportunity to sit on the bench. I suppose that's probably what I would want everyone to know.
All right. Do the commissioners have any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Etzel, for your
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Will you please press leave? I'm not sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's 9:59, so we have about another minute. Ms. Shauna Miller is waiting in the waiting room. Is there anything you'd like to discuss before we allow Ms. Miller in? Okay, Marcia, please admit Shauna Miller. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. Are you Shauna Miller?
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome to our Zoom meeting of the Second Judicial District Nominating Commission. We look forward to learning more about you, Ms. Miller. And so you have applied for the district judge position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Well, why don't you tell us why it is the commission should choose you for this position, or for as one of the nominees for the position?
All right. Well, I guess first and foremost, I've been interested in being a judge pretty much even before going to law school. So for a very, very long time. I've had the opportunity to work with various judges over the years and have been impressed with a lot of the judges that I've worked with. So I think I would be a good candidate because I do have a vast background. I've done a lot of different things in the law, from private practice, done pretty much everything in private practice, from bankruptcy to domestic law to civil. And of course, I've been county attorney in Jackson County for many, many years. And so I've done a lot of courtroom work, a lot of jury trials. So I would just have a wealth of background as far as the legal part of it goes. And then I've also just have a lot of personal experiences, either from working with people and walking with them through difficult situations in their lives, to personal background situations that I can relate to people that find themselves in the courtroom for various reasons. So that would just be some of the reasons that I can think of.
Right. You mentioned some of the judges that you've practiced before. Tell us how you would emulate the good qualities in the judges before whom you've appeared.
So, unfortunately, I have been in front of some judges that I would not emulate. I've also been in front of a lot of excellent judges, as I've said. And some of the things that I would emulate is, one, keeping the courtroom a professional forum, if you will, working to relate to people that find themselves in the courtroom for various reasons. It's been my experience that most people that find themselves in a courtroom are probably pretty scared. They, haven't been exposed to that situation before. And so just taking the opportunity to kind of speak to people on the level that they would understand in various situations, be it domestic or civil, criminal defendants, things of that nature, to make it an environment where they can feel as comfortable as possible when they're outside of their element, giving everybody the opportunity to feel like they've at least been heard. Even if they don't ultimately just, agree with the decision that may be made, they at least have the opportunity to be heard. And just giving everybody the opportunity to feel like they've had as fair a shake as possible when in the courtroom. So those are some of the things that I would want to emulate, is just that opportunity to relate to people, walk them through a difficult situation, and give them the opportunity to feel like that they've been heard by the court.
Thank you. What are the things that, if you become a judge, what are the things about being an attorney that you definitely want to remember?
Oh boy. I think it is very important to remember, when you go into different positions, what it's like to be in the trenches. And I guess this doesn't really actually answer the question, but for example, I used to be a probation officer. And so I understand what it's like to deal with the things that they deal with. And so I very much respect the job that they are doing as an attorney. And so move on to the next step of if I were to become a judge relating to attorneys, and just understanding that, you know, clients can be very difficult to deal with, and understanding, you know, the difficulties that they're dealing with, the deadlines that they're up against, client control issues, just things of that nature. So I think just being able to relate back to my own experiences, and not to forget that after being on the bench, that how difficult it can be to work with people and to be an attorney. That would just be some of the things that I would relate back to.
Judge Elder mentioned that, this is Justice Wilson again, Judge Elder, who's going to be Chief Judge come January, mentioned that the position will probably entail travel. The Second Judicial District has a lot of area. So is that something that you would be willing to do?
Absolutely. That's actually something I miss about the time that I spent as a defense attorney, was the windshield time. I enjoy seeing other people and being in other districts, and I actually very much miss that. So that would be something I would actually look forward to.
Being a judge sometimes has challenges because you are subject to the judicial code all the time, even when you're, I would say, off the clock. You're never really off the clock. How would you work with that code, and also being a participant, a member of your community? How do you see that working for you?
That actually would not be much of a change for me. I've always tried to conduct myself in a way that, there's a quote that I've heard, live your life in a way that if anybody said anything bad about you, that it wouldn't be believed. And that's always how I've tried to conduct myself, is, and it's the same being the county attorney. I feel like that we, as a prosecutor, I'm held to a higher standard of conduct. And I've just worked to conduct my life in that way. I actually live a relatively boring life. I work, I take care of my family, and enjoy some hobbies, but certainly have never conducted myself in a way that would be, you know, considered controversial or inappropriate, especially moving on up to the bench if that becomes the situation. So that wouldn't be a concern for me.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? All right, do you have any closing comments you'd like to make, Ms. Miller?
I would just thank you all for this opportunity, and I am glad to see you face to face, even if it is this, you know, over video. Strange times we're dealing with, but I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope for your nomination. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you could press leave, that seems to be the easiest way. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you.
All right, it's 10:08 and we have one more before a break, Joshua Nye. And he is in the waiting room. Is there anything the commissioners would like to visit about before we let Mr. Nye in? 10:09, so we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Okay. Does anybody want to take a couple of minute break before we start with Mr. Nye? Just let me know. We can do that. All right, Marcia, why don't you go ahead and let Mr. Nye into the Zoom room? Good morning, Mr. Nye. Can you hear me? You're on mute.
I can.
All right, very good.
Morning, Josh. Morning.
Welcome to the interview for District Judge in the 2nd Judicial District. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. Welcome. And we look forward to hearing more about you, Mr. Nye. So why don't we jump right in and tell us a little more about yourself and why the commission should choose you as one of the nominees for District Judge.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. It's truly a privilege to appear today before you in your capacity as chair, as well as the commission today. I think for any person that's put together the application packet, the exhaustive packet we put together, and reflected on a legal career and qualifications and temperament that we would bring to the district court bench, it's truly a legal career highlight to be able to appear before you today and to talk with you. So I want to thank you all for the opportunity. Regarding my particular qualifications and what I would bring to the bench, I think what I've been reflecting on what I think is the ultimate role of a district court judge. I've obviously put that in my application as far as the distinctions between a district court judge and what we would consider an appellate role. Really, the district court judge is a gatekeeper of an institution of where litigants are able to come in and try their cases and their disputes where facts are determined through the rules of evidence and through procedure. And so I guess the one thing that I would point out to the commission by way of opening our conversation is I've held a diverse mix of both public and private practice roles over the past 11 years. I have been an attorney for more than 10 years as the qualifications require through statute, but I know I have a baby face, but I have been able to put together a resume of both, like I said, public roles and private practice clients. I've served as the Kansas Securities Commissioner for 4.5 years, appointed by the governor and Senate confirmed. That was a very great experience of being able to lead a team of people and administering the Kansas Uniform Securities Act. And more recently, I've been the elected Jefferson County attorney for the past 4 years. Just got elected to another 4-year term starting in January. And so during that time, I've really been able to learn about the leadership roles, but also the role that those particular positions, and especially the county attorney position, has in really propping up our local institutions and legitimizing the work of the courts in working with our local district court judges, Judge Nafziger, Judge Merrick, and Judge Elder, as well as the magistrate judges. But at the same time, I've held those leadership positions, both appointed and elected. I've maintained, I think just about throughout my career, I've maintained a steady private practice. I've always practiced based out of my Jefferson County, based out of Jefferson County. I live in Jefferson County. I've lived there since law school, since moving there ultimately from my childhood farm in Leavenworth County. So I've been a lifelong Kansan, as a 6th generation Kansan. But I've maintained that private practice with a diverse mix of clients. And I've intentionally sought out different types of clients to avoid, kind of taking on the idea of a career prosecutor mindset. Even though I've prosecuted at the state, county, and municipal levels, I've always kind of resisted the idea that lawyers should develop into a kind of a career path where they have one singular mindset representing a specific client, in this case, the state. And so I've sought out criminal defendant clients, been successful at jury trial at the federal level, as at least in one case, as I pointed out there, as well as a civil case of some just this year regarding civil injunction and the COVID-19 regulations as they applied to churches and First Amendment issues. And so I've intentionally, I mean, it's in my packet, obviously, but I wanted to emphasize I've intentionally sought out a role that would be more fitting to thinking of lawyers thinking of themselves as officers of the court, really are able to try any type of case for any type of client because they respect the procedure. And I hope that came through in my application. Definitely want to save time for your questions, but my unique qualification, what I think would potentially be my unique qualifications is my diverse mixed background between civil and criminal, as well as public and private clients.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from the commissioners?
Josh, how many hours are you planning on spending in as if you were appointed as the district judge? And I also want to know about how are you willing to do a lot of traveling?
Yes, the district court judge obviously is different than the balance of public and private roles that I've had. Obviously, all of those secondary jobs would need to be given up, and it would be a singular client, the law, and representing the third branch duties and fulfilling the full duties. It's a full-time job. Obviously, as county attorney, I respond to late night search warrant requests and crime scene investigations, other warrant type issues, and I'm in conversations with Judge Nafziger as well as Judge Merrick when overnight when necessary. So it really is an on-call at all times type of job right now, and ultimately that would continue in a district court role. Yes, I'm willing to travel. I already travel around the state as well as out of the state for my current roles, at least in the private practice, traveling out of state. So I'm certainly willing to travel and understand the nature of the full-time on-call for hours nature of the district court judge sometimes.
When looking at your resume, you look as though you're involved a lot in politics. Now, you do realize you won't be able to do that as much if you're appointed as a district judge. Are you willing to give a lot of that up?
Yes, I'm not only willing, but I think it's proper and fitting for judges to shed their not only their private client work, but also a lot of that political work has been in the context of clients. I do currently serve as a Sarcoxy precinct, a committee man for the Republican Party in Jefferson County, and obviously that I would give that up, but as well as any policy making work. But I guess what I would say is that those political clients have really taught me the distinction between what the legal process is and presenting cases before the court and reaching ultimate determination there, and the role of the representative branches, both of the executive and the legislative role. I mean, the policymaking role is really for the representative branches, and to the extent that I've represented clients, it's been very clear to me that sometimes there are simply not legal answers to disputes, but rather simply political remedies. We have the privilege in America and Kansas of replacing our government every 2 to 4 years on general election cycles, where we remake the constitution of our government, or at least what are the people that constitute our government, and that's really for that process. And lawyers play a very important role in that process in bringing those disputes or bringing those policy considerations in front of the right decision makers, ultimately the people's representatives. But that's not the role of the the third branch. The third branch is really, and those sitting as judges are really ethically required to shed their personal biases, shed their what they think the law should be, and really apply the law. That's something that I respect very deeply as far as the role of the courts, and it's something I feel like I bring to my everyday job in practicing the law and respecting the proper place for airing policy differences versus legal considerations. And I think recently watching the confirmations at the federal level, one thing that struck me that from now Justice Barrett's comments was, it would be a dereliction of duty for senators to not, U.S. senators to not impose their policy preferences on policy considerations in the legislative process. That's their job. That's what that branch does. But it's the opposite for a judge to, no matter what they think about the actual case or the litigants in front of them, they have to apply the law as written, apply the rules of evidence, civil procedure, and allow the fact-finding process in the court of law to happen without bias or prejudice.
Any other questions?
Gosh, this is John Watt. Occasionally, we all run into clients, witnesses, and other folks who are difficult to deal with, difficult to get along with. As a judge, do you have a philosophy in approaching those kinds of issues?
Yes, I do. First of all, I think that the idea of judicial temperament is a very important one. There are some people that are just have said to me, well, I'm just not cut out to be a judge because they're more of an advocate. They would not enjoy shepherding the tribunal process. They more enjoy the role of advocating. And so obviously the temperament of a judge has to, especially at the district court level where your witnesses are taking the stand, people are under subpoena, obviously parties, at least criminal defendants, do not want to be there. And so there's a certain respect for the process that I think a judge and the officers of the court need to have to trust that this process, win or lose, really benefits society and benefits ultimate litigants on both sides, whether they're prevailing or losing parties. And it's the judge is really the representative of that process and the trust of the process. So even when dealing with the most emotional or sometimes irrational behavior or comments or outbursts in court, there still has to be a respect for and communicate a respect for the process, because this is the process that we've developed over hundreds and thousands of years to resolve disputes with finality and with peace. It's in lieu of war ultimately, and I think the judge needs to understand that, but also be empathetic to the parties who are in the courtroom or who are trying to work out the dispute through the process of mediation or attorneys, that type of deal. So I think the last thing I'd say on that is it's very important that a judge have a good relationship with the bar, continue to work on a relationship with the local bar or any person that comes in to the courtroom, because the attorneys in a lot of ways are the ones who can help control that, those difficult clients or those difficult situations. And so really it's a team effort, but the judge needs to be the singular head in the courtroom to demonstrate temperance, demonstrate patience, demonstrate understanding and empathy at the same time as applying a law that may be difficult, may not work out in particular litigants' favor.
This is Justice Wilson. Mr. Nye, what are some of the things that you want to make sure you don't forget that you experienced as an attorney if you become a judge?
Well, I included five different cases as requested in the application packet, and one case in particular really has stuck with me throughout my career. I think I talked a little bit about that in the context of those cases, and it had to do with a conservatorship that I did for an elderly client. And it was at the time that you can read about it. I know time is limited today, but in essence, there was an ethical issue that I had to respond to. Ultimately, was dismissed without being docketed. And my conduct as was said to be blameless in this context from the ethics disciplinary administrator. But that process really taught me two things. One is to value my my law license and value the privilege that it is for us all to, for a time, serve in these roles that are at least for an attorney coming in at some of our clients' lowest points, where they need help to navigate a system to advocate their best interests and ultimately posture them a way that helps them successfully live or successfully move on. And that particular experience, I think, resonated with me because it taught me about the privilege it is to hold a law license, privilege it is to help people and to make these decisions on their behalf. It taught me about the fiduciary duty, that really it is putting your client's interest before your own. And so that type of lesson, the idea that it's a privilege and not a right to serve in these positions, where I have to, convince the voters every 4 years as county attorney that I should be able to continue to serve in that. And I think it's important for us to remember that these institutions that we are working full-time in legitimizing and renewing every generation, it really is a privilege to do that and to remain humble about that, to not, everyone's replaceable, and we only have a short time in our life to do the work of leadership and do the work that our institutions have been built for. And so I think it's important that ultimately I will continue to hold that as a privilege and not a right, and the attendant humility, but also a presence within the courtroom that serving as a district court judge requires.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nye. Is there anything?
Thanks, Josh.
Anything you'd like for us to know before you sign off?
Again, want to say how grateful I am for this opportunity to interact with you. Many of you have been my peers and mentors in the law over a decade or more, and it really is a privilege. I've enjoyed learning the law with you, learning the role of attorneys and officers of the court, and I thank you for your service today and the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nye. If you could please press the leave button.
Will do. See you later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, it's break time until 10:45. And if you could just leave your phones on in case we need to get a hold of you, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you. You don't need to shut your machine off. Just if you can just mute and press stop video, and then people won't be able to see you or hear you. And then we'll just click them again when it's 10:45.
He's got a, he doesn't have a little slider. I have a little slider that I can just cover, but you're good. I was just going to let you know. Matthew's right here.
I was curious, did you have a conversation today? That's-
Can't tell which one to unmute or mute. Okay, Dad, we're just
Mr.
gonna
Wa-
leave this.
yeah. Mr. Wah, I can hear you now. I'm so sorry I accidentally muted you. I don't know what happened. But my mouse was over yours, so I'm so sorry. But I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to, we'll mute it now. They said to mute it.
Just a little bit ahead of time so far.
I hope everyone's had a good break. I think we're just waiting for Mr. Waugh to join us. I don't see Ed Hugh. Hello, Mr. Waugh. Ah, there he is. Thanks, Mr. Pugh. You don't have to wear a mask for us. Okay, I think we've all rejoined the meeting today of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission. It's 10:45 and Darla Ottensmeyer is in the waiting room. So why don't we let Ms. Ottensmeyer in? Good morning. Are you Darla Ottensmeyer?
Yes, I am. You pronounced that great.
Oh, well, good. I am Justice Evelyn Wilson. I'm the non-voting chair of the Nominating Commission. Welcome to your interview.
Thank you.
We look forward to learning more about you and why the commission should choose you as one of the nominees to the governor for the position of district judge in the 2nd Judicial District. So why don't you tell us more about you?
Well, a little bit about me. Good morning to all of you who are on Zoom with us. I am Darla Ottensmeyer. I'm a native of Jefferson County. I've lived here all my life, grew up here, graduated from high school here. I've been married for 37 years to my husband come December 10th. He is also a native of Jefferson County. He and I, besides my law practice, and he helps me in my law practice, I call him my gopher. He kind of goes for this and goes for that. We also operate with our daughter and son-in-law a commercial and a registered cow-calf operation. And we have about 125 cows that we manage and calve out every year. We have 2 adult daughters. Our oldest is a physical therapy assistant. She does home health through St. Luke's. And our youngest is a kindergarten teacher over in Baser. We have 2 wonderful son-in-laws and 4 awesome grandchildren. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm an avid Jayhawk basketball fan, if that makes any difference.
All right. Tell us why you are one of the best candidates for district judge.
Well, I think I am the best candidate for this position because I'm a combination of a lot of things that I think our judicial district needs and wants in a judge. Number one, I have respect for our laws and for the Constitution of both our state and the United States. I enjoy working with people. I have had a variety of jobs, either with state agency and my private practice, with various organizations that I have been involved in. And I enjoy working with people of many different backgrounds, genders, race. And I think a judge needs a lot of background and experience working with people. You're going to deal with people from the bench in every matter. So you need that experience. And I think I've got that. I always try to look at things from different angles, different perspectives. My mother was a huge proponent of walk a mile in the other man's shoes. And I believe that. And I think a judge should believe that too, because a judge is going to make a lot of decisions that are going to impact people, sometimes positively and sometimes negatively. I mean, it's just a fact of the position. I've worked in many different positions where I've had to explain things to people. I think my private clients, they come to you because obviously they need assistance in understanding how to proceed and how the law is affecting them. And so they need to be able to understand that, not on a high level explanation, but one that they can understand, you know, and use so that they know how it's going to impact them. I've always tried to do the best job that I could for my clients. I would do the best job that I could as a judge for our community, our judicial district, and to represent the bench well. Most of all, I want the position because I am an honest, hardworking person, and I think we need that type of a person as a representative of our profession and of our judicial system. And as I stated, I think I offer a combination of things that would be good. I'm a native of Jefferson County. I've been involved in our community even as a youth. I've always been involved in the community, and I think we need that background and perspective for this position.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from the commissioners? This is Justice Wilson. If you become a judge, what do you want to make sure that you remember about practicing law and take with you?
What I want to remember and take with me is that I did the very best that I could for every one of my clients. A lot of my clients I serve as guardian ad litem for children. And I think they are the foundation of our world. And I want people to remember me, and I want to remember that I did the very best that I could for our children and for the parents of those children. You know, if they were in need and there were services or things that we could provide for them to make them better as parents and, you know, to make them better in our community. And I think that's what I want to be remembered for.
Thank you. This position is going to probably require quite a bit of travel. The Judge Elder, who will be Chief Judge after January, has said that there's been a large increase of cases in Jackson County, and Jackson County does not have a magistrate judge. So would that be a problem for you, or is that something you're willing to do?
I'm absolutely willing to do that. For years, while I work for the state and in my private practice, I have traveled to Jackson County in particular. Many, many times I went over there for dockets for my cases. Quite frankly, I was spending 2 or 3 days prior to COVID over in Jackson County. I've also had cases in Pottawatomie County. I haven't had very many cases in Wabaunsee County, but I like the small town communities. I love Holton. And so I'm perfectly willing to go to those other counties. I'm familiar with judges in those counties. I'm familiar with attorneys who practice there regularly. And I think it would be an honor to go there.
All right. Are there any other questions from the commission?
How many hours do you think you will be spending in court? Or how many hours are you willing to spend in court?
Well, I'm willing to spend as many hours as it takes in court. If you talk to anybody who knows me, I put in a lot of hours, and I've always been a person to, if it's after 5 o'clock or it's before, I take appointments at all times in my private practice. because people work, they need accommodations, and I try to do that. And so I think as a servant of our judicial district, which that is what a judge is, I mean, we serve the people, you know, I'm willing to put in as many hours as it takes. And I'm not just saying that because I want the position. You can ask anybody. I'm up at all hours doing emails and trying to make sure that I am meeting the needs of my clients. I meet on the weekends sometimes with clients. I try not to, but I do. I meet evenings with clients. I try to make all accommodations. So for me, it wouldn't be that much different. I would just be accommodating the 2nd Judicial District versus my private clients.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any closing remarks you'd like for the commission to know, Ms. Ottensmeyer?
Well, I have to be honest. I was a little bit reluctant to apply for the position. It was my daughters who encouraged me to apply and told me that I had always told them that you won't know if you don't try. And so I decided to jump in with both feet. I want the position. I've been encouraged by other judges and our community that, you know, they're hoping that I can serve as the 2nd Judicial District Judge. And I want the position for all the reasons that I explained before. And I think I can bring a lot of things to the bench. And I hope you will allow me to do that.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your interview, and I know I've enjoyed getting to know you better too.
Well, thank you.
So if you could please press leave.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. All right. It's 10:56 and the next nominee, Steve Phillips, is in the waiting room. Is there anything the commission would like to discuss before we begin the interview for Stephen Phillips? Feel free. All right. Marcia, will you please let in Mr. Phillips? Good morning. Are you Steve Phillips?
I am Steve Phillips.
All right. I am Justice Evelyn Wilson. I'm the non-voting chair of the 2nd Judicial Nominating Commission. At least I am the interim non-voting chair. We welcome you to your interview before the commission. The commission members are all here present in our Zoom room and look forward to getting to know you better. So, Mr. Phillips, why don't you tell us why the commission should send your name to the governor as a nominee for district judge?
Thank you. I'm applying for this position because I care about my community and I believe in the rule of law. My wife and I moved to Jefferson County in 1993. Jean's a KU Law School professor. She's originally from South Dakota, where her family owned a large cattle ranch. I spent my summers during my teenage years working on a farm near Lawrence, and I graduated from K-State with a degree in agricultural economics. We both wanted to live in a rural area. Jean and I bought an older house on some land in southern Jefferson County, about 15 minutes from Oskaloosa. We bought the cow-calf herd that was on the place. Although we've since sold the cows, we love where we live, and Jefferson County is our home. Community is the reason I've long served on the Board of Zoning Appeals and Planning Commission. As a lawyer, I've practiced in a wide variety of settings. I clerked for Justices Bob Abbott and Kay McFarland. There I learned to use Westlaw efficiently to research new areas of law. There I saw good lawyering and bad and learned to tell the difference. I left with a loyalty to the courts. I eventually settled in the Attorney General's Civil Litigation Division. I've gotten broad experience there. I initially prosecuted evidentiary cases for a variety of professional licensing boards, such as the Board of Accountancy, Pharmacy, Veterinary Examiners, Mortuary Arts, Real Estate Appraisal. In other words, I did for some other professional licensing boards what Stan Hazlitt does for the Board of Discipline of Attorneys. Then I moved to defending government officials. While I spend most of my time defending judges and court personnel in civil litigation, I also defend district attorneys and their staffs, and have defended many other governmental agencies and officials, from the governor to the Board of Regents, Wildlife and Parks, Board of Indigent Defense. In my role as defense counsel, I have to be familiar with many areas of the law. Judges, court personnel, district attorneys are sued over cases they are handling, usually criminal, domestic, or child in need of care. Because civil immunity defenses can be complicated, I have to understand the underlying legal issues. For example, the level of civil immunity prosecutors are entitled to depends upon the precise function the prosecutor performed. So I have to research the underlying case. I am constantly faced with new and novel legal issues. A lawyer recently filed a federal case alleging that Sedgwick County District Court was a RICO conspiracy and asked the federal court to seize control of it. Now, of course, that wasn't going to happen, but I had to learn RICO law fast. In order to be effective in so many different areas of the law, I've developed excellent computer research skills. Because I can tackle new issues quickly, I get assigned to cases and even areas of law that I know nothing about. For instance, having no background, I was assigned to the Indian law caseload. I had to figure it out. At the AG's office, I've appeared in many courts and represented a lot of judges from across the state. I admire judges who are willing to listen and let attorneys decide how to present their own case. For me, it's about balance. Judges need to maintain control of the courtroom, but a judge's personality should not interfere. I am a great fit. I understand and care about this community. I am patient and willing to listen. I am dedicated to the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fuller, it looked like you raised your hand. Did you want to ask a question?
No, I was just waving
Okay.
to an employee that left for lunch.
All right. Well, would anybody else like to ask a question? Soon to be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has said that probably this position will entail a lot of travel, especially to Jackson County, who's had a real uptick in its caseload. They do not have their own magistrate judge. And so if you get the position as district judge, it may entail a lot of travel to any county within the district. Are you willing to do that?
Well, yes, I'm used to commuting to Topeka. So yeah, travel's no issue for me. Absolutely.
You've appeared before a lot of judges. What do you want to emulate? The good parts of the judges that you've seen?
A judge who will listen. I think that a judge sees the same motion over and over, and the judge needs to pay attention for what's different in that motion. And as I said, a judge's personality shouldn't control the courtroom. It should be the lawyers making their arguments to the judge. So willingness to listen, patience, research.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, this is Ed Pugh speaking. I'm not used to Zooming, so I guess I don't have to introduce myself, but each time.
That's a good idea.
Mr. Phillips, have you tried quite a few jury trials over the course of these years?
No, I have not. Jury trials are fairly rare in civil litigation. I've had one jury trial with a prisoner, but my goal as a civil defense lawyer, though, is to resolve cases without getting to a jury. I don't see that lack of jury trial experience as a big detriment. I mean, a jury trial is pretty similar to a bench trial, except for some procedural things for the judge. The real difference with the jury trial is for the lawyers arguing to the jury. And I've been before judges plenty.
Have you had a lot of experience with criminal law as well?
Well, not directly, but when a judge gets sued, either, if somebody's trying to get money for them, or if they file a mandamus action against the judge in the Kansas Supreme Court, it's about some underlying case. And very frequently, that's a criminal case. So I review the criminal case to understand what's going on, what they're complaining about. I'd also add, my wife's a criminal defense lawyer. She tells me about her wins and losses. So I hear about criminal law all the time. My experience with criminal law, though, isn't direct, but I'm certainly not insulated from it by any means.
Any other questions? Right, this is Justice Wilson again. Mr. Phillips, do you have any closing remarks that you would like for this commission to know when it makes its decision today?
I think the broad experience appearing in courts, representing judges all over Kansas that I've gotten in the Attorney General's office is an excellent background training to be a judge. And I would add that I thank all of you for taking your time to do this. I think that merit selection of judges is critical, and I know you aren't getting paid for this. You probably have other things to do. So thank you for your time. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I appreciate your time today and your flexibility and moving to a Zoom format.
Well, hey, Zoom's okay. I get to wear comfortable shoes.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you could press the button that allows you to leave the meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:06. Our next interview is scheduled for 11:15, but I do see that Ted Smith has entered the waiting room. So I don't know if he's ready. He's not supposed to come on for 10 minutes. So if any of you would like to take a short 5-minute break to get a drink of water or a cookie. Well, what do you think? Give me a thumbs up if you think it's not too soon that we should just go ahead. I see some thumbs. All right, 3 thumbs, 4 or 5.
Majority.
I think so. Oh, I hate to start too early though. He might not be ready. He might be going over his notes. Might have gotten up to get a drink of water too.
Might make a guy nervous.
It would make a guy nervous in that waiting room. He's been there. He was there pretty early this morning, so.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we did ask them to be in the waiting room 5 to 10 minutes before their scheduled time, so.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Pugh? Shall we go ahead?
Well, since the majority ruled, according to Mr. Lake, I'm ready to go along with the majority.
All right. Well, why don't you go ahead and let in, let's see, Ted Smith is the next one. Let in Mr. Smith. Good morning. Are you Mr. Ted Smith?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. I'm currently the non-voting chair of the Second Judicial District Nominating Commission. On behalf of the commission and myself, I want to welcome you to your interview. We're all looking forward to getting to know you better. And since you followed Marcia's careful instruction and we're a little bit early in the waiting room, we're ready to start your interview a little bit early. So why don't you tell us why you want to be a judge and why the commission should choose you to go to the governor?
Very good. Thank you, Justice. Can everyone hear me okay? Can I get a thumbs up? Great. Again, introduce myself. My name is Ted Smith. I'm an attorney presently with the Kansas Department of Revenue. I've been here for 17 years. Before that, I was in private practice in Manhattan and had a pretty extensive practice in Pottawatomie County. Regarding why I want to be a judge, and just as importantly, why I want to be a judge in Jefferson County, is because over the last 17 or 20 years, I basically formed a pretty strong attachment with the county. And as I say in my application, my wife has pretty much worked for that jurisdiction or that special education co-op for about 20 years. So over the years, she basically hired a lot of the school psychologists, special education teachers. And through those processes, we formed a lot of relationships and friendships throughout, the 5 or 6 education districts. Regarding being a judge, it's always been a goal of mine to basically serve in that role. Going through law school, advocating for clients, having experience in trial, presenting a defense, initiating civil suits or defending civil suits. It's all been towards an eye of wanting to act, I guess, as a voice of wisdom in controlling a courtroom. Currently, my experience I guess I basically defend the state of Kansas. A lot of what I do is sort of quasi-judicial. As I explained in my application, about 50%, maybe 45% of my time is spent defending the agency in lawsuits associated with DUIs. The other aspect of it is more of a counseling nature, dealing with my clients, the Director of Vehicles, Secretary of Revenue, but also dealing a lot with the public and lots of threats of suit. And what I've learned and experienced in dealing with the public is that, as long as you can keep your cool, maintain a professional demeanor, and provide a justification for why the state may be taking an action that's adverse or maybe even agreeable to what the constituent wants, you can go a long ways towards resolving a problem or a solution. It's like, say, for example, Ed, I think you were a senator, weren't you, for a few years?
I had to unmute. You're correct.
Yeah. So,
that was many years ago.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago. The goal is like when you're dealing with a legislator, you treat it just like a constituent. And if you can respond within the day and give them a reasonable answer, yes or no, usually you have a positive governmental experience. I think in being a judge, I could apply a lot of that experience in dealing with important matters that the Jefferson County District Court would be considering. I've had experience both with the traffic. In private practice, I had experience in domestic relations. Although it's not all located at 601610, it's got its own little article now. But being in Manhattan, you did a lot of divorces. Working for the government, I also have experience with more complicated litigation, which is also, I think adds to my utility and I think the reason I should get the job, hopefully be nominated by the committee.
All right, soon to be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has indicated that there's been a large uptick in the caseload in Jackson County. And so he anticipates probably also complicated by the fact that they don't have a magistrate judge in Jackson County. A lot of travel for the new judge to Jackson County and possibly other counties should the need arise. Are you prepared to do that?
Oh, very much. As some of you know, in my current job with the Department of Revenue, I travel the four corners of the state of Kansas. So driving to Jackson County would be a very easy adjustment for me in light of the fact that presently, in any given year, I'll be in Colby, I could be in Goodland, I could be in Liberal, I could be down in Pittsburgh. In preparing for this interview, I did a sort of a count of how many district court judges I've been in front of in the last 15 years. And they came up to 160 district court judges. I've dealt with almost 400 criminal defense lawyers and almost 300 law enforcement entities. And hopefully most of those people will have be able to relate to a positive working environment, whether they won or lost. I was reasonable in how I dealt with them, and justice was done one way or the other.
We've seen a lot of judges. How do you anticipate that you will perform in that role if you're chosen?
I'll always be professional and calm, be decisive when required, and always maintain a good evidentiary record. As far as my job presently, in some cases I'll serve as a quasi-administrative hearing officer under the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act for like vehicle dealers or alcohol violations, etc. And in those matters, a lot of the constituents, they're not exactly sure the government has authority to do what the government's wanting to do. And they are looking for any excuse to say, I'm getting railroaded here. These people don't have authority. The government is screwing us once again. And so when you maintain these administrative procedures, you're walking a tiptoe here and maintaining professionalism and making sure that constituent, regardless of the evidence, walks out of that meeting with the perception that they were treated fairly. And sometimes the constituent wants to be angry or frustrated. And the thing is by maintaining professional demeanor, not getting too much into the personality, not venting or giving off an opinion that's unnecessary. You can have a positive experience, even if the outcome is not positive to the constituent. They still believe in government in a sense. It's always the hope. And I think I can carry that over as a district court judge.
Any other questions?
I would add that, again, in the 15 or 16 years, I've had plenty of appellate decisions, probably in the neighborhood of 40 to 50. Most of those worked out well or positive. I'd also say in private practice, for the first 5 or 6 years, I worked for a medium-sized law firm in Manhattan, Kansas, for a guy named Dan Myers and Bob Potteroff. Unfortunately, both have passed. Understand a change in styles. But through that experience, I learned how to handle or work large civil actions. And I think I can, if any of those come through Jackson or Jefferson, Wabunsee or Pottawatomie County, I can be an assistant to Chief Judge Elder. I practiced with Judge Elder when he was, when he was a county prosecutor, and also I shared offices with him when we were in private practice. Judge Merrick, again, I hired him. I was part of the firm that hired him his first legal job in Manhattan, Kansas. So I have a pretty good working relationship with him. I think that's a positive. Also, I've basically run a small firm with a gentleman named Troy Husier. I understand what a small firm practitioner, the challenges they go through and how they're trying to generate retainers to cover the monthly expenses. And the sooner they can do that in a month, the sooner to celebrate. I understand the challenges they're confronted with, both as appointed and retained lawyers, were they to come before me in this court. So.
All right, it looks like there are no other questions. Mr. Smith, are there any closing remarks that you'd like to make? Anything else you'd like the commission to know?
I would just say that, after 25 years of practicing law, you form a basis, for good or for bad, you sort of love the process. Whereas in your first 5 or 10 years, you're trying to be clever, you're trying to basically win an argument or get an admission in the court of law. But after 25 years of practicing law, you start to understand, yeah, that stuff's important. But just as importantly is getting the logistics right, making sure witnesses are present, making sure a civil suit is filed correctly, making sure you have an administrative assistant that can carry you when you need it. All those things become the logistics of a lawsuit are something that become very important and something you become very good at. And those are lessons I've learned over the last 25 years, and I think I can apply them successfully in Jefferson County.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your time today, and I've enjoyed getting to know you better.
All right. Thank you, and you all stay safe.
Thank you. You too. Can you please press the leave meeting button? Thank you. All right. We have one more interview that is scheduled for 11:30 with Douglas Hager. And I do not show that he's in the room yet, but it's very early yet. It's only 11:21. So I guess you can just take a few minutes to relax and we'll start the interview around 11:30.
I cannot believe Dick Lake has not said anything all morning.
I said hello to everybody.
Well, come on. You should be asking some questions.
I've had most of my questions answered already. I try to do my homework.
I did sit up most all night last night going over all of my applications.
I've made a lot of phone calls.
I did make some.
I have to say, except for the glitches that I have made, you all have done great on this Zoom call. I can see you, I can hear you, and I appreciate very much your flexibility. All right, I show that Douglas Hager is now in the waiting room. So speak now if you're not ready for him to join us. All right, you had your chance. Okay, Marcia, please let in Mr. Hager. Good morning. Are you Douglas Hager?
I am, and I'm
Did I
having a
say
little
your name
difficulty
wrong?
hearing you. Let me see if I can adjust my volume here.
How's that?
Let's see, I'm still trying to find the right, all right, let me check my speakers.
Okay. I like that. Let me check with my saviors. That would be Marcia and Kelly for me, at the very least, not to mention some others.
All right, I can just barely hear everybody or anybody.
Okay, well, we'll try to speak up.
All right,
Can you hear that?
I can.
All right.
May I make a suggestion? Mr. Hager, do you have like an F button at the top of your keyboard that has like a speaker on it that you can push?
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, say that one more time.
Sometimes on your keyboard at the top, there's like an F button or a speaker that looks like you can maybe turn up the volume. Did that help?
Let me try that again. All right, it says it's at 100% now.
Can you hear better? I mean, are we coming across better?
It's really not making any difference.
Well, if it's any consolation, Mr. Hager, we can hear you just fine.
Okay.
So
I can hear you, but only barely.
Okay. Well, we hear you very well. I'll try to speak up without blowing the ears out of the commissioners, but it's really most important for us to hear what you have to say. And so I would like to know why you are a good candidate for the position of district judge in the 2nd Judicial District.
Well, aside from living in that district, having a home in Valley Falls, I have a great deal of experience conducting legal proceedings. I have experience as an advocate. I have a wide variety, a well-rounded variety of experience, both in conducting legal proceedings and issuing decisions, making findings of fact, applying the law objectively to those facts. And I think I have a lot of the personal qualities that would make anybody in the judicial district proud of the way I would conduct myself. I view myself as being a person of very high integrity.
I'm on a Zoom meeting.
I am objective. I listen carefully. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I listen carefully to the positions of the parties before me. And I have what I've always tried to do is to project myself in a way that someone appearing before me or interacting with me would have a great deal of confidence in the way I conduct myself and the decisions I would reach.
The Judge Elder, who will soon be the chief judge of the 2nd District, has indicated that there's been a lot of cases filed in Jackson County that require a lot of work. So they don't have a magistrate judge. This position may entail travel, maybe to Jackson County, maybe to some of the other counties in the district. Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely. No, I don't get to Holton as much as I used to, but you know, I've been accustomed over the years to going to Holton, and I'm familiar with the other areas in the district, and I would not have a problem doing that. I have family in Council Grove, and so I've gone out that direction, and I do a lot of driving in that area.
If you get the position, what do you want to remember from your practice of law while you sit on the bench?
I'm sorry, Judge Wilson, could you repeat that?
Sure. What do you want to remember as a lawyer, from being a lawyer, when you're a judge?
Well, I would want to remember to treat everyone the way I want to be treated when I appear before a judge. The way the judge treats the participants in the process, and particularly the attorneys, that has a great deal to do with the respect that people have for the judicial process. And I would want to remember to try to treat everyone, any attorneys in particular that appear before me, in the way I wanted to be treated when I was an advocate.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
I might ask a side one here. Why did you, this is Gene Shear, why did you choose Houston for your law school?
Good question. At the time I applied to law school, I was living in Texas, and I had moved to Texas after I graduated from Emporia State University in 1982. I moved to Texas. I opened an office in Texas for the securities firm Edward Jones and Company. And so I was living there, and at some point I decided I wanted to go back to law school, which was something I had wanted to do. But frankly, I was just sick of schooling at the time that I left Emporia State University. And because I was living in Texas, I applied to several different Texas schools, and I chose the University of Houston, partly because I had family in Houston at that time, and with 4 small children, having family there was a big element of support for us to be able to go to school and work part-time and so forth.
Thank you.
Do you have much background in criminal?
I'm sorry?
Excuse me. Do you have much background in doing criminal cases?
My background in criminal cases is very limited. I had obviously some exposure to that when I did a judicial internship in Texas while I was going to law school. I've had some cases here in Kansas involving certain criminal issues. I had the good fortune of having worked closely with a former supervisor of mine, a gentleman named A.J. Kodich. And he, in addition to being chief attorney for the Kansas Department of Labor, he also had a private practice where he did some work on the side. And I was fortunate enough to have been involved with him in a number of cases in which he represented criminal defendants. And so I got to go through that entire process in dealing with those cases with him. And so that's a relatively small portion of my experience. I'll have to acknowledge that, but those experiences I think would assist me well in conducting any criminal proceedings in court.
This is Justice Wilson again. Thank you very much for your participation this morning, Mr. Hager. Do you have any closing comments or anything else that you would like for the commission to know?
No, I just would say this. I think that I have a number of years of experience in the practice of law, both as an advocate and in conducting legal proceedings as an administrative law judge for the state. And my personal characteristics, I think, would lend themselves well to serving as a district court judge there in the second district. And I just want to close by saying that I believe my personal characteristics would reflect well on the role.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hager. I appreciate your time. And if you could please press the leave meeting button.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right, members of the commission, that is the last interview. And at this time on the agenda, we have an executive session if needed, and then voting, or then discussion and voting. Would anybody like to take a 5-minute break before we begin that process? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask whether anyone believes that we need to go into an executive session for one or both of the reasons that were listed on the, I gave you an example of a motion to go into executive session. If anyone has that with them. If you believe that you'd like to go into executive session to discuss any of those private financial matters or the confidential background information. I'm not seeing anyone, so speak up if you feel the need. Okay, in that case, we can go into the next item. We're still running a little ahead of time of determining voting procedures and the number of names to submit to the governor. This is, of course, for the district judge position. And each of you should have tally sheet or should have voting ballots. And so I'd like for you to pull that stack of papers out for the district judge position. You've got a ballot in front of you. Does anybody not have a ballot?
No.
Mr. Fuller, you don't have a ballot?
No.
Okay. We need to solve that. So did you get an email with an attachment?
I may have, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay, why don't you, can you go to your email and look at your emails?
Marcia, what time did you send those out yesterday? Maybe you could find it that way.
You're on mute, Marcia.
407.
It's not critical, Mr. Fuller, that you have a particular form. Do you just have a yellow pad?
Yes. Yes.
why don't you get a yellow pad and we'll cobble a form. We can do that.
Okay.
All right, well, if everyone else has a form and Mr. Fuller has a sheet of paper, the important thing that we have, first of all, is that it says tally sheet number blank, or I'm sorry, that it says ballot number blank. Do you see where you have you have that, everyone besides Mr. Fuller?
Yep.
Okay, I want you to take your pen then and put ballot number 1. And Mr. Fuller, you just write ballot number 1 on top of your sheet of paper.
Okay.
And then it says district judge. And 2nd Judicial District.
Mine says for District Judge, Jefferson County.
Right.
Yeah,
District
mine
Judge.
does too.
It says District Judge Jefferson County, but the District Judge position is for the whole district. The judge will sit in Jefferson County. And then dating, Tuesday, November 17, 2020. So for ballot number 1, we need to choose, now we get into the discussion. It will be necessary for the commission to send 3 to 5 names to the governor. And so on this first ballot, you can vote for up to 5 people. And I think in the past, we have, it's my understanding that if there is a majority for any one person, that person would be one of the nominees. Is that what you all have done?
Well, Your Honor, in the past, I noticed these ballots are not anonymous. We're not going to have anonymous balloting, evidently.
Well, what we can do, if people can take a picture on their phone and then email it to Marcia, we can do that. Is there anybody who cannot do that? I think we lost Mr. Fuller. Oh, no. Is there anybody who cannot do that?
I'm using my phone as an iPad. I'm not sure I can do that.
I'm not sure
I'm
I can.
skilled enough to do that, quite frankly.
Well, the other thing is, are we gonna start this out by picking the number we're gonna send?
You can.
We have done that in the past. We've kind of decided in advance how many we're gonna go for.
All right. That's a fine method of doing it. And there's no reason to change just because I'm new. So.
Well, I'm open for anything, you know, I'm not, but we've in the past decided where we're going to send 3 or 4 or 5. Maybe the past time 3 was the maximum. I don't know.
Yeah, now the maximum is 5. So there are different methods of doing it, frankly. If everybody votes on the first ballot for 3 and we end up having 4 people who get more than the majority, you can send 4.
I would suggest we might all agree to send 3. And I think that'd speed us up a little bit for sure.
Okay.
So I'm throwing that out for the commission, you know?
Okay. Ed would like to vote for 3.
I agree.
Okay. How
I
many of
agree.
you- how
Dick
many
Lake,
of
I
you
agree.
do that? Raise your hand if that's what you want to do. Looks like that's everybody. Okay. So now we come to the practical problem that Mr. Pugh raised, which is the anonymity, so to speak, of the ballot. Since all of this is subject to the Open Meetings Act, anybody in the public can get a copy of the ballots and that's why it's important that we number the ballot, number 1, and then at the bottom, there's a place for your signature. On the Zoom, if everyone can take a picture of their ballot and send it to Marcia, Marcia can tally all of the votes without stating aloud whose ballot she's reading. You know, eventually those ballots may go to whoever might want them, but they would not be announced on the Zoom this morning.
Just Dick Lake, I have no reservation about announcing my ballot.
David Allen doesn't either.
Max Fuller doesn't either.
Gene Shear doesn't either.
You don't. You don't.
Would any of you?
I guess that kind of settles it. I don't. I was worried about Dick Lake's practicing law. He's about 5 years older than me, and I think he's going to be, I'm worried about him when he gets in his 90s. He might not vote for the right judge.
Well, when I get in my 90s, I'll worry about that, but I'm not there yet.
Well, I haven't heard from everyone.
And I'm not going to vote for you, Ed, so don't worry about it.
It's not a write-in situation.
If I have at least 2 people who would like to remain anonymous on the YouTube, then they can remain.
Sure.
Then they can remain anonymous at least that long. So are there at least 2 people who would like to take a picture of their ballot and have Marcia tally it? If you do, raise your hand.
No.
All right. I don't see anybody. So that means we'll just announce the votes for 3 people on the YouTube. So I'm going to get situated here.
So do you want us just put a check mark under the vote next to the names?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm grabbing the ballots. On the ballots, all the nominees are listed for everyone except Mr. Fuller. So Mr. Fuller will have to write in the names of the people that he wants to vote for, but I'm going to list everyone. The commissioners who have the ballot, and again, make sure it's marked ballot number 1, put an X or a check mark next to the 3 people that you want to vote for.
Check mark.
Okay? And Mr. Fuller, I'm going to give you the list of names and make sure that you either circle only 3 or put a check mark by only 3 or only write them so that at the end of the day, we know which 3 you voted for, okay?
Right.
All right, the names are Amy Crawford, Christopher Etzel, Douglas Hager, Shauna Miller, Joshua Nye, Darla Ottensmeyer, Stephen Phillips, Ted Smith. Mr. Fuller, would you like for me to go through the list again?
Did you call out Douglas Hager?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Amy Crawford, Christopher Etzel, Douglas Hager, Shauna Miller, Joshua Nye, Darla Ottensmeyer, Stephen Phillips, Ted Smith.
Okay.
And then if you would please just hold up your hand and leave it there when you are finished. Okay, Dick Lake's done. Okay, Mr. Fuller, you don't have to hold it up, but hold up your hand when you're ready to announce or when you finish. Okay, Mr. Waugh, are you finished or are you still working? Mr. Waugh, have you voted for your 3?
I have voted for 2 right now, and I'm.
Okay, that's all right. And you don't have to vote for 3. You can vote for 2 if you want.
I have finished.
Okay. Right, I think everyone is now finished. So I'm going to call out everyone's name. If you would please announce your votes. David Allen.
Chris Etzel, Shauna Miller, Joshua Nye.
Norma Dunaway.
Shauna Miller, Darla Ottensmeyer, and Stephen Phillips.
Max Fuller.
Chris Etzel, Stephen Phillips, and Douglas Hager.
Dick Lake.
Chris Etzel, Shauna Miller, Josh Nye.
Ed Pugh.
Chris Edsel, John Miller, Josh Nye.
Gene Shearer.
Darla Ottenmeyer, Stephen Phillips, Ted Smith.
John Watt. You're on mute, Mr. Watt. Mr. Watt, you're on mute. Sorry. Marcia, can you help Mr. Watt with the mute? It looks like he might be having some trouble. Put on your mask. All right. All right. What? You're live.
This is John Watt. They've apparently fixed the problem, I hope.
Yes, they have. You can.
Three names: Chris Etzel, Joshua Nye, Stephen Phillips.
And Charles Waugh.
Christopher Edsel, Doug, Shauna Miller, and Joshua Nye.
All right. Marcia, have you been keeping a tally too?
I have. I've had a little technical difficulty here, so I can confirm.
Okay, I will read the vote. I've been keeping track and I think it's correct.
This is what
Christopher Etzel has 6 votes. And there are 2 candidates with 5 votes. Shauna Miller and Joshua Nye.
Maybe he was thinking of somebody else's. I don't know. I could have thought because if you're on mute here, you won't be able to be hearing.
Well, that's what I thought too. But, and I have that as well, Justice Wilson.
All right. I also have one candidate with 4 votes. Stephen Phillip, Darla Ottensmeyer has 2 votes, and Douglas Hager and Ted Smith both have 1 vote. So 5 votes is a majority. And so with Christopher Etzel having 6, Shauna Miller 5, Joshua Nye 5. Is there a motion to send those 3 names to the governor?
Dick Lake would move that Chris Etzel, Shauna Miller, and Josh Nye's names be sent to the governor for consideration for district judge for Jefferson County, Kansas.
Is there a second?
Second it.
And that was Max Fuller, correct?
Correct.
All right. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. All right. And then at the bottom of your ballot, sign your name and print your name. Make sure you keep that ballot because you will need to send your ballot in to Marcia.
Would that be sent separate or with the entire package we have to send back to the Supreme Court?
Marcia, why don't you let them know what they need to send?
Yes, if you would send everything that I sent you back to me.
And our notes too, I understand.
And your notes too. Your notes, your ballots, and all the nomination forms that you received.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. And looking at my agenda, which appears to have, we are taking a lunch break until our first, well, at 1:15, we are scheduled to start the meeting and read the assignments and responsibilities from Judge Elder again. Some people might not have joined us until the afternoon. And then if we need an executive session to discuss confidential background information, we'll do that. And it's on the agenda to do that at 1:15. So we are in recess until then. Just put it on mute and mute your video. I'll wait and make sure everyone is muted and their video's muted, but you'll have to turn that on again when you join us.
Justice Wilson, this is Kelly. You're not going to kill the stream?
Well,
Either way is fine. I just.
let's just leave it open. I think everybody knows what to do.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. That way you won't have to hang around.
I have no idea.
You hit stop video, yes.
All right, Mr. Fuller, I'm going to mute you and your video, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
good to see you, Norma. I haven't seen you in a long time. You're on mute.
Yes, you left the courthouse and you left me behind, so we miss you over there.
Oh, I miss all of you too. I'm thinking about Nancy Parrish. We've got the new judge orientation coming up, and I think we're going to.
We are thankful to have her.
Yeah, she keeps herself busy.
Well, I know you do too.
Well, it seems like all I do all the time is schedule, reschedule, reschedule again. With all the COVID stuff going on, we can't just have a full day like we used to.
It is all very different.
It is. New way of life.
Yeah.
Light shining on me.
Ed Pugh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Did you get my message about Orville Cole?
Yes, I got it from some other folks as well.
Okay,
I was trying to call your cell phone, but you don't have one.
I know.
I tried like hell to get that number. Yes, when is the funeral?
They already had it. Just it was family only,
Okay.
and I'm assuming they'll do something down the road.
I thought they were gonna have a memorial probably. That's too bad. Orville was 92 and he got the COVID, huh?
Yep.
Now, Ed, I expect you to talk a little bit more today.
Well, you throw out a topic, I'll converse with you.
Well, you and Dick have both been so quiet. This is not like the two of you.
Yeah. Well, we're probably not communicators very well on the internet, you know?
Ah.
It is different.
It is. It adds at least 10 pounds to me in at least 20 years.
No. Well, you look great, Norma. Well, it's 1:16, and the good news is that we don't have to figure out how to restart YouTube again because we're already on.
We're on.
And of course, is the bad news too. We're on YouTube, so the world can see us and hear us. I trust that won't affect Mr. Pugh's talkative nature, though.
He doesn't normally hold back.
No. I wonder if Mr. Waugh is having
Mr. Waugh? Yeah.
Might have to have a couple of people rejoin us. I think we're still waiting for Mr. Lake and Mr. Fuller too. But Mr. Waugh dropped off altogether, so he'll need to rejoin. It's the same numbers though. If that ever happens to any of you, just use the same numbers and we'll let you back in.
Well, I think Mr. Watt may be the only one that's less electronic than I am, huh?
I am the least electronic person in this group.
Well, you're doing really.
I'll have to be second.
Did I see maybe a grandchild or something for Ed Pugh helping him out a little bit this morning in the corner of the screen?
No, that was a gal, a lady that works here at the bank.
Okay.
I have to have assistance.
I do too. I did appreciate your comments about 3 candidates to the governor instead of 5.
Yes.
Because that way she has 1 chance in 3 of getting it right instead of 1 chance in 5.
You know, she could always send it back to us and tell us we have to submit new names.
Come on, Norma, come on.
They can.
I know.
Aren't you having more fun than a body can bear today, Mr. Allen?
Just about.
Justice Wilson, Mr. Waugh is going to join us by phone. And then once he gets his other piece charged back up, he'll get back on through Zoom.
Okay, it's Charles Waugh.
Can you guys hear Mr. Waugh?
My son just called. He's charging a cell phone up, and but, well, he said he explained what it was. But anyway, it went on the blink, and I think you suggested that I get on the phone, and I'll join you on the phone until it's ready.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can the commission members hear Mr. Waugh?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Charlie, you didn't have much notice to get computerized, did you?
Mr. Waugh,
Yes.
Can you hear the commission members?
I hear you, yes.
Mr. Pugh, would you repeat that?
Charlie, can you hear me? This is Ed.
Yes, I can hear him.
I say they didn't give you much notice to become computerized, did they?
Marcia, can he not call one of the Zoom numbers so he's actually in the meeting? There's an number in the invitation.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Well,
because then he'll be able to hear everything a lot easier, and you'll be able to hear him a lot better.
Okay, perfect.
If we can get him to dial in. If not, is Richard still around? We can have Richard try to walk him through getting on.
Okay. So. Yes, I saw Richard about an hour ago, but let me see if I can get him.
Yeah, it'll be an 800 number that should be in the invite. If you need it, let me know and I'll send it to you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I have it.
Okay, yep.
Mr. Wall, did you hear what Mr.
Maybe, unfortunately, for some of you, my new motto over the past few months has been drop and roll, assess and adapt.
Oh, yes.
So we kind of have to do the best that we can under the circumstances. And sometimes we have to wait a little bit, but usually things get fixed and we don't have to wait too long.
It looks like we've lost Dick Lake now, too.
Yep, I think you're right. Might need to call Mr. Fuller. He doesn't.
Well, I had my
my
technical advisor
Okay.
get me on here, but I don't see my picture.
Can you start your video, Mr. Fuller?
Beats me.
John's iPhone has entered the waiting room, so I'm going to let him in. I think that's still Dick Lake, though.
Yep.
Welcome
Okay,
back.
now I'm on, I think.
There you are, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Mr. Lake, with your permission, I'm going to rename you. Do you have a preference?
Not particularly. Jay Richard.
Okay. I named myself a movie star once as a joke, but it backfired.
Mr. Wall's son is going to help get him back on through the Zoom on the phone, so.
Oh, okay, great. I wish I could send him my charger. I got this at Best Buy. It's a real handy thing.
I know, where are the days where you just walked out of your house with your pocketbook or your wallet?
Yeah.
Now you got to have all this stuff to stay connected.
And I bet this is him. Mr. Wah?
Yes, I can hear.
All right. Well, we can hear you. We cannot see you right now, but if you need
I'm
to
not very pretty anyway.
Well, you look plenty pretty to me, but if you get to a point where you might be able to join by audio and video again, will you just let me know? And we'll just
I'll let you know when we're ready to switch over.
Okay, very good. That will work great. And I think everyone is now present again for this Second Judicial District Nominating Commission to resume its meeting. I'm going to count 8. I count 8, and then with me, non-voting makes 9. So let's proceed. The first thing on the agenda is that I want to read what soon-to-be Chief Judge Elder stated about the magistrate judge position. That is the one we will be interviewing for this afternoon. And this is a district magistrate judge position sitting in Wabunsee County. And so that person needs to be a resident of Wabunsee County at the time that he or she takes office, and must continue to remain a resident of Wabunsee County during the entirety of the time they serve as magistrate judge in that position. Soon to be Chief Judge Elder stated that applicants for this position should understand that he or she will be assigned to cases and dockets in Jackson County on a regular basis, because Jackson County has had a caseload that has increased substantially, and so they will probably need some help up there. But you will be able to do that from time to time as the chief judge assigns cases and dockets to you. So if traveling there is an issue, that should be a consideration. And at this time, I'm going to look to the commission, and I can't look at you, Mr. Waugh, so you'll have to speak up. But if we want to have an executive session to discuss either personal financial records or the official background checks for the candidates for district magistrate judge, we can do that at this time. Do any of the commissioners want to do that? All right, I see none of the commissioners raising their hands. Mr. Waugh, do you feel any?
And no, I don't know any.
All right. Then we are, I don't think there's anything else that we need to discuss until we have the next interview, which is scheduled for 1:45, and there is no one in the waiting room. So I would suggest that everybody just stand down, stay where you are, and you can turn your picture on mute and stop video if you want to, but we'll proceed at 1:45.
Till 1:45.
Then just stay on, stay on. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
three dots.
You could do that. And I'm apparently hitting the wrong. Get the smaller. There you go.
Hey, Mike. I can't talk with.
Right now, we do not have anyone in the waiting room. There was someone in the waiting room, but they went away.
Justice Wilson, I have someone that just identifies themselves as remote.
Are they still in the waiting room?
I see one person in waiting and their name is remote.
Okay, well, that person doesn't show up on mine, so. Mr. Waugh, can you still hear? You're on mute.
I'll ask him.
Well, I trust that Mr. Waugh can still hear, even though he's on mute. Mr. Waugh?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure you were still able to hear. Why don't you?
Oh, yes, I'm with you.
Okay, great. Marcia, why don't you go ahead and let remote in? I trust that that's probably Angela Anderson. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, are you Angela Anderson?
I am. Let me change my name here on here real quick for you.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. I'm the non-voting chair of the Nominating Commission for the 2nd Judicial District. And on behalf of myself and the commission, I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon.
Thank you.
So you have applied for a position of the Wabunsee County Magistrate Judge. Why don't you tell us why it is that you would be great in that position, and the commission should choose you?
Okay. Well, first of all, I've been a clerk here now for 3 years. I've been a deputy clerk since 2006. I've know the ins and outs of every case type that there is here, the procedure. When I first was hired, I was assigned to Judge Carter. So I've been in the courtroom with him for probates, limited action, care and treatment, child in need of care, just everything that the magistrate court has jurisdiction over. I know our court program And I am getting somewhat familiar with the new Odyssey program that should be implemented this next spring. I've recently upgraded all of our technology in the courtroom, so I'm familiar with all of that also. I feel like I'm a quick learner. I know there's things I do not know about it. You know, I would need to be updated on statutes and that kind of thing, but I feel like I am able to do that and up for the task. I think that I would be a fair and unbiased judge. I'm not for the saying that rules are made to be broken. I am a definite rule follower. But I feel like, you know, if you break the law, then there needs to be consequences for that. And on the flip side, I also feel like there's two sides to the story, and it's important to hear both of those. And I feel like I could be unbiased and fair in that way.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Do the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Anderson? What is it about the position that really attracted you to it?
You know, sitting in the courtroom for all these years, I've always sat there acting like, okay, if I was a judge, how would I rule this way? You know, and always compare. And you know, I see people come in there that have never stepped foot in the courtroom before, and some of them are scared. You know, we get them into our office asking questions. They're scared. They've never been in there. They don't know, you know, what's going to happen. They're so unsure. And I feel like I would be able to ease that a little bit for them and make them feel more, you know, comfortable, be a compassionate person, but also be firm if I would need to be. Like I said before, I believe there's always two sides of a story, and I hope that I would be up to the challenge to make the right decisions. And I don't know, it's just, I've always loved the law. I first started out when I was at Washburn University in the paralegal program, and was fortunate enough later on to get the job here in the district court, and I have loved every minute of it. So I'm not going anywhere in the near future. So I look forward every day coming to work.
All right. And you understand the position requires you to be a resident of Wabunsee County when you take office and remain a resident of Wabunsee County throughout your tenure. Do you understand that?
I do. I've been a resident for 34 years. We own a small farm outside of Alma. Never have any intentions of moving. We love it here. My husband grew up here, so we have a lot of family, and that would not be a problem.
I know that come January, the mid part of January, current Judge Jeff Elder will become Chief Judge of the 2nd Judicial District. And he has said that because there's been a lot of increase in the caseload in Jackson County, that the position of Wabunsee County Magistrate Judge would require quite a bit of traveling to Jackson County to help out with those cases.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to do that?
Oh, I feel that there's no reason why I couldn't. I expected that in this job, just knowing how Judge Carter's gone there every Monday, it seems like, for the last, I don't know how many years. So that is not new news to me. So yes, I totally expected to help out there.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay.
Angie, this is John Watt.
Yes.
Do you get to sit in on any of the child in need of care or juvenile offender proceedings with Judge Carter?
I do. I sit in on most all of them, from the temporary custody hearings to adjudication, all of those. Same way with care and treatment. I set him up usually. We do those via Zoom. So I set those up for him and sit in the courtroom while he does those.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any closing comments or anything else that you'd like for the commission to know, Ms. Anderson?
Just I thank you for the opportunity to meet with you all today. I hope you consider my application. I don't think I will let you down as a judge, and really look forward to this opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right. And is there anything the commission would like to discuss before Mike Clark begins his interview? He is in the waiting room. All right. Unless there's an objection, speak now. I will let Mr. Clark into the room. Good afternoon. Are you Mike Clark?
I am.
Well, welcome to your interview with the Second Judicial District Nominating Commission. On behalf of the commission and myself, I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. I want to welcome you. And I understand you have applied for the position of District Magistrate Judge of Wabunsee County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Well, I look forward to getting to know you a little better. So why don't you tell us why it is that you believe you ought to be the choice for magistrate judge?
Well, thank you. And actually, it's good to see you again, Justice Wilson. If you remember, I used to work in Shawnee County. I had you come speak at court service officer training a few years ago.
Yes, so I do. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. So thank you to everybody on the committee for your time and energy. I can only imagine the amount of materials that you've had to go through the last few weeks. So thank you for that. I will tell you that I've been involved with the criminal justice system for 23 years as a probation officer in both adult settings, juvenile settings. I've worked in child in need of care cases. I've handled felony supervision, misdemeanor supervision. I will tell you, I think some of the greatest opportunities and strengths that I bring with me for the position of district magistrate judge are that I've worked in urban areas, rural areas, suburban areas. I have the ability to actually do a risk needs assessment from the bench, which using our evidence-based practices that are prevalent throughout the court system now, I believe I'm probably the only one that can bring that skill set. I believe everybody that appears in front of the court has the right and the expectation to be treated with respect and dignity. I treat everybody that I deal with in the court system with that respect and dignity. Even those that are really difficult to give that to, I found that those are the folks that probably most appreciate and deserve that respect and dignity. I believe in the rule of law. I believe that those that are accused of crimes and wrongdoings have rights, and those rights need to be followed. And those rights, there should be no punishment for people exercising those rights on their own behalf. I look at the whole person when they come into the court. I don't look at just a person who is committed an offense. I don't look at necessarily their family being the reason or social factors being the reason, but I do look at the whole picture that's involved with them, and I try to figure out how the criminal justice system can help them and help the community for those people to no longer be involved in our system. So that's the short version of what I believe I bring. I've addressed most of that in my application packet, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
This is Justice Wilson. Soon to be Chief Judge Elder has said that there's been a rise in the number of cases in Jackson County. And so he anticipates that the magistrate judge in Wabunsee County will be required to travel quite a bit to Jackson County to hear cases. Are you able and willing to do that?
Oh, certainly, yes. And I understand Judge Carter's been going up to Jackson County at least one day a week for quite a while. So I'm 100% willing and able to do that.
All right. And another qualification is that you must be a resident of Wabunsee County when you take office and remain a resident during the tenure of your office. Will you be able to do that?
I will. Actually, I was down in Wabunsee County this morning, tracking down leads for possible places to reside in case things go well today. So, but yes, and actually I've been a resident of the 2nd District in Pottawatomie County for over 15 years. So yeah, I have no problem moving to Wabunsee County. So.
Okay. Do the commission members have any questions? Well, I know that the questionnaire is quite extensive. I've had to fill out a couple in my time too. And so I know there's a lot of information. They've been able to get through those. Do you have any closing comments or anything else that you would like for the commission to know?
I would just like the commission to know that I think having the opportunity to follow Judge Carter and his years of service is a wonderful opportunity. I think I would be a fair and respectful member of the bench as I sit and pass judgment based on the facts presented. I can't understate the place that respect and dignity I feel deserves to be in court and the parties involved. I know some days parties in court may not subscribe to that same theory when they're trying to litigate things. But nonetheless, I think all the people that are in court deserve that, to have that respect and dignity afforded to them. I think I'd be a good representative to sit on the bench for the citizens of Wabunsee County. And again, I thank each of you for your time and dedication for being on these committees. I recognize some of you from 5 years ago, the last opening that we had. And again, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Clark. I appreciate your time, and I've enjoyed getting to know a little bit more about you too.
Well, it was good seeing you again, Justice Wilson. So
thank you. You take care.
Thank you.
All right. Well, our next interview is not set to begin until 2:15, and it's just 2:01 now. So we have no one in the waiting room, and I think we can just stand by. I'll watch and see if we do. If you want to check in again at about 2:10. All right, it looks like we have Mr. Dunn, Mr. Ralph Dunn, waiting in the waiting room. So whenever we've got everybody back, we'll be ready to start. Right, and Mr. Y, I assume you can still hear me because I see
I
that
can
you're.
still hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, Marcia, will you please let in Ralph Dunn?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunn. We can't see you. Is there a way you can unmute your video?
I'll see what I can do, ma'am.
Here you are.
Have you got me now?
Yes, I can see you now. Good afternoon. Are you Ralph Dunn?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
All right. I am Justice Evelyn Wilson on behalf of myself and the other members of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission. I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. I understand that you would like to be the next District Magistrate Judge for Wabunsee County, Kansas. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you believe you're a good candidate to be the next Magistrate Judge?
Well, ma'am, a little bit about my background. I'm Australian by birth. I was born and raised there. I served in the Royal Australian Air Force for 36 years. Retired from there and moved over here approximately 10 years ago now, I retired and I found retirement was not for me. So one of the first friends I made over here was Judge Blaine Carter. He lived 2 doors away from me. And when I was starting to look for another job, he suggested that I possibly look at the sheriff's office. And so I did that. And I gained employment there. And talking to the judge over the last 10 years and everything, I became more interested in his side of business. And he's taught me a lot about being a judge, what is required of a judge during that time as well. And I think as I'm getting older, my life, trying to get the right amount of sleep all the time is something that I'm looking at. And also, I think I can serve the community with my experience and knowledge a lot better as a judge now than what I would have when I first came over. My idea of being a judge is treating everybody with fair, equitable, and an unbiased attitude, and to be reasonable in all decision making. My decision making comes from a long time in the military. I spent a lot of years as a senior non-commissioned officer and a lot of years as a warrant officer, or equivalent to your E9. I think they command sergeant major. During that time, I learned I had to listen to both sides, not make rash judgments, and take into account all the facts before making a decision. And I think that background would help me tremendously in becoming a judge.
All right, thank you. The position would require you to be a resident of Wabunsee County when you take office, and to remain a resident of Wabunsee County during the tenure of your office. Do you believe that you'll be able to do that?
Ma'am, I already am a resident of Wabunsee County, and if you had the house that I have, you wouldn't want to leave it.
Okay. All right. One of the other things that soon-to-be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has indicated that there has been a rise in the numbers of cases in Jackson County, and he will be responsible for assigning cases and dockets to you as a magistrate judge in the district. And he has indicated that he will probably make assignments, quite a few assignments, to the magistrate judge of Wabunsee County to hear cases in Jackson County. Is that something that you're able and willing to do?
Yes, ma'am. I am willing and able to do it. And I know Judge Blaine Carter has been doing it ever since I've met him. And he's informed me about his duties and roles that are happening up there as well.
All right, very good. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Ma'am, I'd like to know what is expected from me. This is my second job interview in my entire life. And I'm as nervous as anything. And I understand that some of you might have a little trouble understanding my accent. So if you need to repeat anything, I'm free and willing to do so.
Well, I would admit at first it was unexpected, but after listening to you for a while, I find that it becomes fairly easy to understand what it is that you're saying. just need to listen with that ear, I guess. So.
Ma'am, I'm willing to answer any questions that any other of the panel has to ask of me.
I have a question, kind of curious about, I'm Gene Shear. Why did you move from Australia to the US?
So the last time I was in Baghdad, I met a woman, and she was the reason I came over. I came over for a short period of time, approximately 6 months to start off with, to see whether or not life would be different outside of a war zone. And it was. And in the end, we got married.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations on your citizenship as well.
Yes, ma'am. I became a US citizen in 2016.
Congratulations.
One of my proudest moments.
You've been a citizen in 2 different countries, very far apart from each other. Have you thought about what that might add to the position as magistrate judge here in Wabansie County?
Ma'am, I've adopted the American way of life and the American laws and cultures. My Australian citizenship, I still have it, but my allegiance now is to America. The cultural differences is really not that much different. Your laws are based on common sense. That's the same as Australian laws. To be truthful, there's really not much difference between Australia and America. Except we talk funny.
I think you talk just fine.
I wish my sheriff would say that.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, why don't you tell us, Mr. Dunn, anything that you would like for the commission to know when we all are making our decisions today, and any closing remarks that you might have?
Ma'am, the biggest thing is please don't take my age against me. I have, as far as your social security network consists of, I have to work for at least another 3 years. I intend to work longer than that if I can. My health and fitness, I have no problems with that at the moment. I don't take any medications. I'm truthful, honest, and I like to think of myself when I get into a discussion as being unbiased. I do have some political views, but that is one subject that I don't like to get into a discussion with too often, because some people will push their views a little bit harder than I'll push mine. As far as what I need to know from everybody else is, I'm sure that I know there is a good network of judges out there that will assist me, and also being with friends with Blaine Carter, I'm sure I can always count on his support and his knowledge to assist me in making any decisions, even though that decision has to be mine and nobody else's. And that's, I think I'm the best candidate for this judge. I really owe something to this community because I feel as if they have adopted me into it. And I consider all the residents here in Wabansie County as my family. I also know some of the sheriff's office people in Jackson County, and I know some residents up in Jackson County, and they've adopted me as well. And I am blessed for the people that I know. And I'd like to thank you and the panel for taking the time for this interview.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. I've enjoyed it very much, and you have a great day.
You too, ma'am, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And if you could press the leave button, Mr. Dunn.
If I can find it, I will do it for you, ma'am.
Okay.
I found it.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, our next interview is with Jonathan Ehrlich at 2:30. Is there anything the commission would like to discuss before we begin that interview? All right, Marcia, would you like to let in Mr. Ehrlich? Good afternoon. Are you Jonathan Ehrlich?
I am. Good afternoon, Justice.
All right. I'm so glad to see you this afternoon, and welcome to your interview. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson on behalf of myself and the other members of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission. I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon. I understand you want to be a district magistrate judge for Wabunsee County.
That's right.
All right, very good. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why it is that you would be the best choice for the commission to make?
Okay, well, a little bit about myself. I was born in Russell, Kansas, I suppose, to humble circumstances to a single parent who came from even more humble circumstances, I guess. But she raised my 3 brothers and I to work hard and be self-sufficient and improve ourselves. And I believe I've worked at that and tried to continue doing that and will continue to do that. I grew up a lot of my life in Southwest Iowa in Creston, where I worked at a restaurant, and then I did some jobs that just weren't that fulfilling for me. So I decided I wanted to learn about leadership. So I went to the Iowa National Guard and got the opportunity to train and become a soldier. And I deployed to Afghanistan in 2010 and 11. And from there, I got back. I had GI Bill, and I went to school and got to travel all over the world to study and learn about people and learn about the differences that each of us can make in one another's lives and in the community. And then I was blessed to be accepted to the University of Kansas Law School, where I attended from 2015 to 2018. And my first internship was with the Alaska Innocence Program. And so I rode my motorcycle up to Alaska to study there for a summer and spent time, through piles and piles of documents, learning about criminal law. And I decided I wanted to do that. So when I came back, I worked at a Kansas prosecutor's clinic here in Jefferson County. And then Josh offered me a job afterwards. And so I've worked here since. I tried to take the bar a couple times. Unfortunately, I was unsuccessful at it. That's something I do plan to ultimately pass. I don't want to make excuses for it. It's just, it is what it is as far as that goes, I guess. I think I'm the most qualified, or at least well qualified, to be the Wabunsee County attorney for 2 main reasons. One, I believe I can hit the ground running as far as picking up the dockets that exist and processing those cases through. The second reason is that I think I'll be a valuable addition to the community of Wabunsee County, and really to continue being a member of the community of the 2nd Judicial District. The reasons why I think I can hit the ground running is because of my experience here at the Jefferson County Attorney's Office. I've worked almost all the types of cases that a magistrate judge would handle. I do the charging for all felony and misdemeanor dockets. To be precise, I do charging recommendations that then the county attorney will review and approve. Of course, I handle the sync docket in the same way. I receive reports. I confer with a number of parties, including families, third parties, agencies, and try to make the best decision to serve the family and the state and the county in each one of those cases. I don't have probate experience, but that's something I believe I would learn and be able to pick up and be able to serve and make good decisions as a magistrate. As far as being an added member of the community, I think that comes from a history of service that I have established. Even as a young boy, I would go and serve, this time of year particularly, I would serve at soup kitchens for Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners. I participate with handing out gifts, handing out food items. I volunteered for Salvation Army as an adult, and then later went into, of course, state and then federal service as a soldier. And well, I have a lot of examples of that, and I believe that that's something I would bring to Wabunsee County with me. That is that spirit of service and that spirit of seeing the humanity in others and trying to do what I can to improve their lives outside of the courtroom. And I say that, I believe that's an important part in addition to the work that any professional does on the bench in this case, or in an office, is to also contribute to the betterment of the community. So for those two reasons, I think I'm well qualified.
All right, very good. You've alluded to a couple of things that I feel like I need to mention. You understand that you would be required to be a resident of Wabunsee County at the time you take office and remain a resident of Wabunsee County throughout the entirety of your tenure. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. In fact, that knowing that has motivated me to look around the county quite a bit. I've gone to visit there, drive around. I actually went and there was a woman trimming bushes in a field on Snoqualmie Road south of Paxico. And I was out there to look at this old one-room schoolhouse that I think would be beautiful to restore and to live in. And it turns out she was the owner. So I told her, well, I may be coming to the county soon. And if I do, can I come talk to you about perhaps purchasing that from you? And she said, sure. So that's one example of other things. I'm definitely aware that's a requirement, and I would be enthusiastic about moving there. So.
Okay, great. Soon to be Chief Judge Jeff Elder will be the one who assigns cases and dockets to the magistrate judges within the judicial district as well as the other judges. But he has indicated that there's been a real uptick in the number of cases that have been filed in Jackson County, and they do not have a magistrate judge. So it's very likely that if you are the Wabunsee County magistrate, you will be required to go to Jackson County quite a bit to help with the Jackson County cases. Would you be able and willing to do that?
Yes, absolutely. Able, willing, and enthusiastic in some ways. I really love to drive, and I like to ride my motorcycle, and doing those things for work would in a way recreate like what I did when I was deployed. We lived on one base that was in a rural mountain area of Eastern Afghanistan, and I served 5 different bases, and each week I would get on a helicopter and they'd fly me over there. So the only thing that would make me extremely enthusiastic is if the 2nd Judicial District were to get a helicopter, perhaps to take me to Jackson County. But if not, I'm more than happy to drive there and provide services to the court in that way.
Well, you've got a lot of people on this commission who are leaders in their community, so maybe you could talk to them about getting them. Okay, well, are there any questions from the commissioners?
Oh, I might have one. This is Gene Shear. You served in the National Guard, and it was behavioral health that your studies, I believe. Did you, or why did you give it up, your military service, not to retire from it?
So when I was accepted to KU Law to begin in 2015, I had actually at that time, shortly thereafter, also received an offer to be promoted to E6, which of course was something I had wanted the whole time I was in. But that job would have made me transfer to Iowa City. And so I didn't think that I could be a law student and drive to Iowa City once a month for a weekend, likewise to Des Moines. And so when I looked at potentially doing a transfer to the Kansas Guard, there were no positions available within my MOS that I was qualified for. And so I timed out after 7 years with the intention to hopefully later serve in the Guard again, which I am interested in doing that now. I'd have to lose about 45 pounds, I think, to get in there, but I'm more than willing to do that. It's just, so it was because of the move.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, well, are there any closing statements you'd like to make or anything else that you would like the commission to know when making their decisions today?
Well, I suppose, and this may be a bit philosophical, but the concept of justice is what ultimately the courts try to achieve. I believe that I'm well qualified to do that because I have, at least as an undergrad, I studied ethics heavily. I have worldly experience, and I can see the goodness in each person that comes before me. I think something that a lot of people may not be able to do is, well, let me say that differently. Something I think I'm particularly well able to do is balance the interest of individuals that are standing before the court, whether they represent the state, whether they represent a party, or whether they are that party representing themselves. And I believe that I'm well qualified to do that because of various experiences in law school, experiences in life, and my own personal beliefs about serving the justice and as part of the larger community. And so if no one has any other questions, I'd just like to reiterate that I think I can hit the ground running, serve that at working that backlog, travel around, get the cases moved forward, and also be an added member to the community, both in Wabunsee County and the judicial community of the state of Kansas.
All right, very well. Well, you've given an excellent interview, Mr. Ehrlich, and so I know that the commission has a lot that it's going to have to think about this afternoon, and I hope that you have a good day.
Thank you, Justice, and thank you, committee members.
Thank you. And if you could press the end button for me. All right. We are scheduled to take a break until 3 o'clock, at which time we have our next interview with Joel Fager. So we'll check in again shortly before 3 o'clock. Thank you.
waiting for
Oh, okay.
3 o'clock.
Oh, 3? Oh, okay. Well,
And you're supposed to call Marcia when you're ready to hook me up.
okay, so you hung up?
No,
Oh, okay.
waiting till
Well,
3 o'clock.
I may wait a couple of minutes. I should have brought my phone charger. Well, I could bring my phone charger up and keep charging for 5 minutes. 10 minutes until because I can get you into the Zoom here in 5 minutes. Everything going okay?
Yeah, fine.
Good. Well, you're doing all right. I talked to,
We're halfway through the.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to go.
Yeah. There we go.
Good to see you again, Mr. Watt.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I apologize for the snafu.
No, that's all right. Thank you so much for being willing to assess and adapt. Okay.
Now.
I'm counting people. Let's see. I think maybe we're waiting for Mr. Watt yet. There you are, Mr. Watt. You're becoming an old pro at this.
Old.
Okay, well, it's good to see everyone back again. And is there anything you want to talk about before we let Mr. Fager in? I'm not seeing anything. So Marcia, it's 2:58. Well, I think Joel Fager is in the waiting room. Will you please?
He is.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Fager. Mr. Fager, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can see some very important books. I sometimes call
Yeah.
them books.
I'm trying to flip the camera around. I apologize.
It's all right. If you get this position as district magistrate judge, you'll have to be really familiar with those red books.
Yes, yes. Well, that's weird. It's like black and white now. Can you see?
You can't see you, but it's flashing at you.
I'm not sure why it's doing that.
There, we can see the books really well.
Right. Well, I'm not sure why it's doing that. I apologize.
It's all right.
I did a test run about an hour ago. It seemed to be working fine then, so I'm not sure why it's doing this now.
It's the gremlins that lurk in technology everywhere. That's my theory.
Yes, yes, it does. Well, we have a camera and we're able to hear.
Yes. And we were able to see your face, and we do hear you very well. I assume you hear me fine.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, why don't we just go ahead with the interview, and then if you figure out what it is about the camera that's acting up right now, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, we'll just forge ahead, okay?
Yep. I'll try. There we
There
go.
you are. Yes.
Hey, okay. All right, sorry about that.
That's all right. Perfect. Sometimes it's only a matter of pressing a button, but you just have to know which button to press.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson, and on behalf of myself and the members of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission, I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon for the position of District Magistrate Judge sitting in Wabunsee County. Why don't you start out by telling us a little bit about yourself, kind of get warmed up, and then tell us why you think that you would be a great candidate for this position.
Sure. Would this be the opening statement that was mentioned in our email?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Joel Fager. I live in Alma. I'm married. My wife and I have 5 children, 4 grandkids, and another one on the way in February. I'm currently working here as a paramedic in Wabunsee County for American Medical Response, in which I also assist with supervising operations in Shawnee County and assist teaching educational classes for both counties. I'm also currently serving this community as the Wabunsee County Commissioner for the 1st District, and I'm currently the sitting chair. The reason I would be a good fit for this magistrate judge is because of my experience, I believe. As a paramedic, I deal with stressful and life-saving emergencies. As an elected public official, I deal with the overall challenges in our community. I'm always open to new challenges, and I see this one as worth it. I've acquired a skill set of making fair decisions that are best overall for the circumstance, and decisions that are not necessarily the most popular, but to be fair and to be transparent. I try to have a level-headed approach, and I research an issue before I address it. I believe this is what's necessary for this role.
All right, I want to just go over a couple of things that I think you ought to be aware of. The first is that this position does sit in Wabunsee County, so it would be a requirement for you to be a resident of Wabunsee County when you take office as magistrate judge. And you also must maintain a residency in Wabunsee County throughout your tenure as magistrate. Are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing is that soon-to-be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has indicated that there is an uptick in the number of cases that are being filed and that are pending in Jackson County. Jackson County does not have its own magistrate judge. And so if you get this position, you would be required to travel to Jackson County, possibly the other counties in the judicial district, on a regular basis for cases and dockets that might be assigned to you. Are you able and willing to do that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Why don't you, while they're thinking, why don't you tell us why it is that you became interested in this position?
In a conversation last spring, was asked about this position. I didn't even realize that this was something to consider. But like I said before, when it was approached to me, I didn't think of it until I sat down and actually researched this position. And that is why I became interested. I think the skill set that I've developed is in alignment with doing this as a magistrate judge position. I understand it's a complementary role for the district and that you help handle the caseload. And I understand that role.
Okay. One thing that is always in the back of a judge's mind is the judicial code and how it applies to us all the time, 24/7, 365 days a year. And yet you're also an important member of the community, and you want to continue to be in the community, support the community in ways that you can. Have you thought about how those roles will work together for you?
Yes, well, so for now, what I've done as in my role in emergency medical services is I've been helping with the community. When the school teachers have their in-service, they ask me to come over and provide a little bit of education for anything from first aid to CPR. And I teach probably 24 CPR courses in this area and help them with that. I've taught a couple of EMT classes specifically in this county to try and help develop that too. So I'm sure that we could do the same with the judicial system. The only thing I can think of is if I were to help with education. Obviously, I feel like this would be a huge learning curve to start off with for me, not being involved in the judicial system. So it would take a little bit of time for me to get there, but I think that helps. I believe strongly in trying to help for myself as a paramedic. The more people I teach CPR and first aid, the more people that help our community.
You mentioned you're a county commissioner, is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you thought about how that role would be affected, if at all, by becoming a judge?
I believe that would probably become a conflict of interest. And I understood and considered that before I considered turning in my resume.
So if that's true, then, and I would admit it is a concern to me, but I haven't researched it. So would you be willing to resign if that were required? Resign your commissionership?
Yes, that's my understanding as I reviewed this, and I felt like it would be a conflict. It's still a community service role. So it's just a different role to me. So I understand that. And yes, I agree.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? All right, Mr. Fager, if there are any closing comments or anything else that you would like for the commission to know when considering your application, why don't you go ahead and tell us?
I don't know that I have much else to add. I did try to actually reach out to a couple of members beforehand, just if they had any other questions. My phone number and email are available. You can reach me anytime you would have any questions here or after.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I've enjoyed getting to know you better, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you. All right, and I see, is there anything that the commission would like to discuss before we move on? The commissioners change places every once in a while, so that's it's interesting. I don't know if that happens to you too, but it's happening to me. All right, well, I see that our next person, Luca Henderson, who's set for 3:15, is in the waiting room. So Marcia, why don't you go ahead and admit, I don't know if it's Mr. or Ms. Henderson, does it?
Mr.
Mr. Henderson. Good afternoon. Are you Luca Henderson?
Hello.
Hello. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson, and on behalf of the Second Judicial District Nominating Commission and myself, I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon. I understand you've applied for the job of District Magistrate Judge sitting in Wabunsee County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you believe you would be a great candidate for this position?
Well, my name is Luca Henderson, and I am a Master Trooper with the Kansas Highway Patrol. I've been with the Highway Patrol for 15 and a half years now. Prior to the Highway Patrol, I was a city police officer for the city of Wamego, and I've also been a sheriff's deputy for Wabunsee County Sheriff's Department and a juvenile corrections officer for the state of Kansas. Prior to that, I was in the United States Navy, served 4 years in the Navy and did 2 deployments overseas on board the Eisenhower. And I am married and have 2 great kids. As far as why I would be a good candidate for this judge position, I believe that my combination of training and experience that I have, both on the job and continuing education, gives me a unique perspective and unique insight into the different cases that will inevitably come through the court. Over my 17 and a half years spanning all different forms of law enforcement, coming short of federal service, obviously. I've taken calls and worked incidents through all different aspects of law enforcement. And while I was doing that, I made it a point to treat everybody like they were human beings and not criminals, no matter who was or what the situation was. I believe that keeping your integrity and your ethical stance is very important as a law enforcement officer and translates to being a judge as well. I believe that you need to look at every individual as a person and don't hold any biases. Listen to the entire situation on both sides. I believe that I was able to do that as a law enforcement officer for 17 and a half years, and I believe I would continue to do that as a magistrate judge.
All right, thank you. One of the things I want to make sure that you're aware of is that it would be required for you to live in Wabunsee County when you take office, but it would also be required of you to remain a resident of Wabunsee County during the entire tenure of your position, that you keep that position. Are you willing and able to do that?
Yes, ma'am. I've been living in Wabunsee County now for the past 17 years, and I don't have any plans of moving outside of Wabunsee County. We enjoy it here and plan to stay. Okay, very well. Another thing, this is Justice Wilson again, another thing that we've been told by soon-to-be Chief Judge Jeff Elder, who will be assigning cases and dockets to all the magistrates in the 2nd Judicial District, as well as the other district judges, that there has been a rise in the number of cases filed in Jackson County, such that he's almost certain that the magistrate judge in Wabunsee County will be required to travel quite a bit to Jackson County to hear cases and dockets that might be assigned to you.
Are you ready and willing to do that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm ready, willing, and able to help out in any way that I possibly can.
Okay. It may even require you to travel to the other counties in the 2nd Judicial District. Would you also be willing to do that?
Yes, I would.
Are there questions from any of the other commissioners?
This is Gene Shear. I have a question, Luca, about, I think you're graduated maybe from high school around 94. So I couldn't figure out 95 to 97, what kind of work you were doing.
From 95 to 97, I was working as a cook up in Issaquah, Washington for a short period of time, and then moved back down to my hometown.
Thank you.
Any other questions? This is Justice Wilson. What is it about the position of magistrate judge that particularly attracted you to the position and made you think, I want to do that?
Well, I've actually been looking forward to this position for quite a long time. Having talked with Judge Carter over the years that I've worked as a law enforcement officer here in this area, I knew at some point he would be retiring. I didn't know when that would be, but working towards something has always been my goal in law enforcement, and working towards being ready for whenever this position came open is something I've been doing for many years now. And like I said before, I believe that the integrity and the ethics of the judge that is in your court is very, very important to have. And I believe that Judge Carter was that judge here for a very long time. And I wanted to be that after he was done. That's been my motivation for this position, to make sure that was continued.
If you get the position, you will, of course, be a judge, but you'll also remain a member of the community. Can you tell us if any part of your community involvements might change because you are a judge, and if so, how?
No, I don't see any part of my community involvement changing. My sons grew up going to school here. My oldest son graduated from Wabunsee High School here. My youngest son is about to graduate this year from Wabunsee High School. Going to the local sporting events, the local football games, and different events, homecomings, and that kind of thing throughout the years. I don't see any of that changing. Me and my family love to be part of the community in all different ways, and I don't see how or why that should change with this change in position to a magistrate judge. I feel the magistrate judge is somebody that the community looks up to in the same manner that they look up to their local law enforcement officers, and I intend to continue that.
All right. All right. Well, I don't think there are any other questions. Do you have any closing comments or anything else that you would like the commission to know when they make their very difficult decisions this afternoon?
I would just like to say thank you for the opportunity. And I know that we had to make a little bit of an adjustment there at the last minute for me to be on Zoom here for this interview. So I do appreciate that as well. And I do look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you very much for adapting to our changes. So I appreciate your cooperation, and I hope that you have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. And if you would press the end or the leave button.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, our next interview is at 3:30 for Eric Kirsch. And so it's now 3:22, and I do not believe there's anyone else in the room. We don't have anybody in the waiting room yet. Is that correct, Marcia?
That's correct. I don't see anyone in there.
Okay,
Oh.
well,
wow.
Oh, just came in.
Are you ready?
Well, wait just a second. Does anybody need to just take a minute before we go to the next interview? I don't see Mr. Lake. Maybe he stepped out for a second. There he is. Okay, I think everyone's here. Is everybody ready? Two more.
All right.
All right, please admit Mr. Kirsch. Good afternoon. Are you Eric Kirsch?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I am Eric Kirsch. How are you?
I'm good. On behalf of myself, I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson and the other members of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission. I want to welcome you to your interview this afternoon. This is for the district magistrate position sitting in Wabunsee County, Kansas. Is that the interview you're expecting?
Yes, ma'am. And I am sitting in Wabunsee County, Kansas. So this is fortuitous.
Okay, well, that's very good. Why don't we begin by having you tell us a little bit more about yourself and why it is that you would be a great candidate for the position of magistrate judge.
Justice, thank you, members. I appreciate your time. So I struggled with trying to come up with a adequate, brilliant introduction, which would explain between the lines. And I came up with an idea of talking past the resume. I look at this as a civic responsibility and a moral duty. Everything I've done in my professional life, my adult life, starting with my first job as a lifeguard, translating into a Marine officer and then an NCIS special agent, I've done for the greater good. I've done for the public. I've done for my fellow Americans. I believe I'm self-confident that I possess the requisite competency, judicial temperament, work ethic, and humility in order to successfully maintain good relationships with the community and all those who come before me in court. And I promise to give them my true faith and bear allegiance to the same about all the things that we do as the focal point in the community.
All right, a couple of things I want to talk about. This is Justice Wilson again. The position does require that you be a resident of Wabunsee County at the time that you take office, and that you remain a resident of Wabunsee County during the entirety of your tenure. Do you believe you would be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the other thing is that soon-to-be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has let us know that he has seen a rise in the number of cases that are filed in Jackson County, such that it's really difficult for the district judge to handle all of those cases, the one who sits in Jackson County. And also Jackson County does not have a magistrate judge of its own. So that means that soon-to-be Chief Judge Elder believes it will be necessary for the Wabunsee County Magistrate Judge to travel a lot, to hear cases in Jackson County, hear dockets in Jackson County, just whenever you're needed. Are you ready and able to do that?
I have two responses for you, Justice. I own a very dependable Toyota 4Runner, which gets me everywhere I need to go. Secondly, I was stuck yesterday in Jackson County in a marsh duck hunting, so I'm very familiar with Jackson County, Jefferson County, Pot, and Wabunsee. So yes, ma'am, for yes to both questions.
All right, well, great. I think Chief Judge Elder will probably let you take the roads. As far as I know, he doesn't make you go cross country in your vehicles, so,
okay.
So you should be fine.
Prepared for either situation, ma'am.
All right, very good. Just as an aside, it may also require you to travel to some of the other counties in the 2nd Judicial District too, which includes Jefferson and Potawatomi, as you probably know. So are you able to do that as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I could ask one. This is Gene Shear. I noticed you graduated at the Citadel and you had like 7 years in the military. You're just kind of curious to see why you didn't hang with it a little longer.
Mr. Shear, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the question. I graduated in 2004 from the Citadel, which was unusual since I'm originally from New York State. So that was a bit of a culture shock. I commissioned as a 2nd Lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps in 2004, exited with honorable discharge as a captain in 2012. I did 3 tours, 2 to Iraq, 1 to Afghanistan. I lost several good friends and believe I got my money's worth out of it, and they got their money's worth out of me. It was the highest privilege of my life to lead Marines in combat, and I felt that it was adequate. I gave all the honors I received. My Marines made me shine, and it's one of the leadership tenets that I prescribe today. So you take care of the Marines, or they take care of the mission. So that's a long about way of saying that I enjoyed my time in most of it, but there's certain realities of experiences that we endure, and after multiple combat tours, I was ready to go and knew I'm going to bigger things.
Thank you,
sir.
On what? How'd you end up coming to Wabunsee County?
A girl. Like most good stories start and end. I met an incredible woman who was a Army helicopter pilot. My wife is now a 2L at Washburn Law School. So I get to hear all of her teachings and classings. So, but she was in Kansas, based out of Fort Riley, and I came out after meeting her and was lucky enough to stick around here. I've been all over the world, and I find Kansas to be one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to. I'm amazed every day I get to call this place home, and the people that live here, friends and family.
Thank you for saying that. I'm a native, and welcome to Kansas.
Thank you, ma'am.
But try not to let that secret out too far and wide. we like our spaces in Kansas, don't we?
They're there's wonderful people here, and legitimately wonderful. They are gregarious and generous and interesting and helpful. And I've even some of the persons I've placed under lawful arrest, they've apologized for, which is unusual as a New Yorker to hear, hey man, I'm sorry, I know you got a job to do, but I appreciate you doing it correctly, etc. So I've been very impressed with all Kansans, and this is my adopted home, and I'm in it for the long run.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? All right, well, are there any closing remarks you'd like to make, or anything else that you would like for the commission to know when making their decisions?
Yes, ma'am. If you would humbly permit me.
course.
This may be the most important interview of my life for a multitude of reasons. I have existed in the public service and public safety department for my entire adult life. I'm a solutions-oriented individual. I'm a man of faith. I believe in the American people, believe in the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Kansas. I believe that people, when they encounter, or no one wants to go to court, but if they must, they should be coming to court with someone who's going to not be any different from they are. I'm remarkably unremarkable. I'm a normal person. I've never been validated simply by a title. I don't ever want to be validated by a title. I've always wanted to make memories with the public. I believe soft contacts are just as important, if not more contact than hard contacts. I seek first to understand, and I listen. I always want to know simply the motivations and why people do what they do, because they never call when they're having a great day. I want to understand them, and I also want to be understood simply, but I want them to know that I'm no different than them, and that they will have a fair deliberation. They will have someone that will be presiding over their affairs that will listen and understand, or attempt to understand, and not have any doubt as the institution of the judicial system to be interrupted by someone who is there for the wrong reasons. I consider this a moral and civic responsibility, 100%. And I'm honored by the consideration. I thank you all for your time.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank you for your service, sir, to our country. I know that some of that service has obviously been extraordinarily difficult. And so I have enjoyed getting to know you, and I thank you for your time. And I know that the commission will carefully and seriously consider your candidacy. So you have a good day. And if you would be so kind as to press the end button, we'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too. All right. And we have one more interview. And I'm sorry, I've got screens in front of me so I can't see. Marcia, who is the next interview and what time?
3:45, and it's Ashley Douglas. Okay, and she's the last interview.
Okay. Ms. Douglas is in the waiting room. It's 3:34 at this time. Is there anything any of the commissioners want to discuss before our last interview? Okay. Does anybody want to take a short break before we start the last one? All right, would you please escort Ashley Douglas into the Zoom room? Good afternoon. Are you Ashley Douglas?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, welcome to your interview. I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. I'm the non-voting chair of the 2nd Judicial District Nominating Commission, and on behalf of the other members of the commission and I want to welcome you to your interview. And so why don't we start with telling us a little bit more about yourself, Ms. Douglas, and why it is you think you'd be a great candidate for this position.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, and thank you all for seeing me today. My name, as we said, is Ashley Douglas. Some of you may recognize me by my maiden name of Post. I've been a lifelong Valencia County resident and a graduate of Wamego High School, class of 2004. I completed my bachelor's degree with an emphasis in justice studies through Fort Hays State University, and I'm currently working towards my master's degree. For the past 6 years, I have been employed at Kansas State University as a student program coordinator. Among my duties, my primary obligation there is to assist student organizations with budgeting, planning, and organizing thousands of events each year held across campus. It is an absolute honor to even be considered for this position today. For me, this position isn't just a stepping stone to something else or a way out of a job I'm not happy with. To me, this position is an absolute dream. I have wanted to be a judge since I was 14 years old. When I was 14, my dad and I were involved in a car accident, and he ultimately passed away. Based on that, I've spent quite a bit of time in courtrooms dealing with his estate and lawsuits. I will never forget how I was treated in the court and by the judge, and that has impacted me ever since. One of my good friends in high school is the daughter of someone on this panel. I remember hanging out at his office prior to basketball games in high school and seeing the operations and seeing how they were able to help people, furthering my desire to pursue a career in law and become a judge. However, eventually I got married and had kids, and those dreams were put on hold. I've worked several jobs and graveyard shifts to help support my young family while my husband attended law school and began his career as a public defender. When our youngest daughter was born, I decided it was time to pursue my dreams. The day she was born was the first day I started classes resuming my bachelor's degree. Having them there when I graduated cemented to me the importance for them to see their mom not stop chasing her dreams. This is why I'm now pursuing my master's degree in organizational leadership and why I'm sitting in front of you today. It is important to me that my daughters continue to see their mom push forward and never stop chasing her dreams and goals. I plan to carry this attitude into the courtroom and never stop learning, listening, and attempting to be the best judge that I can possibly be. I plan to bring a fresh attitude into the courtroom because I don't have any preconceived ideas of how the court should run. My plan would be to meet with prosecutors, defense attorneys, clerks, and visit other judges in our district to determine what has worked, what they'd like to see be done differently, and ascertain any other ideas they may have to help the court run as smoothly as possible. I plan to remain in Wabunsee County for the rest of my life, and it would be an honor to serve the citizens of the county I love so much. Thank you again for your consideration. It is truly an honor to be here before you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions about myself I can. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. I have a couple of things I want to make sure you know about. First of all, in order to qualify for the position of District Magistrate Judge sitting in Wabunsee County, you must be a resident of Wabunsee County on the day that you take office, and you must remain a resident of Wabunsee County during the entirety of your tenure in that position. Are you ready and able to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've literally been a resident of Wabunsee County my entire life. When I was young, I grew up in the actual little town of Wabunsee over on Highway 18, and I currently live with my husband right off Spring Creek Road over in Paxico. So I'm already a resident and happy to be a part of the community.
All right, very well. The other thing is that soon-to-be Chief Judge Jeff Elder has indicated to me, I asked, is there something about the position that you believe the candidates ought to know? And he said, well, we have had a great rise in the number of cases filed in Jackson County. There are a lot of cases pending in that county. So almost certainly the Wabunsee County District Magistrate Judge will be required to travel to Jackson County for cases and dockets as needed. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, ma'am. I would be willing and able to help out the district in any way that I can, whether that meant just Jackson County or the rest of the district as well.
All right. Well, you've anticipated my next question because that might be required for you to go to Pottawatomie County or Jefferson County, and we love our spaces in Kansas. The 2nd Judicial District is a large district. So
yes, it is.
All right. Are there any questions from the commissioners? I don't want to. be the only one.
It's John Watt. Ashley, what are you getting your master's in?
Currently, I'm pursuing my master's in organizational leadership.
Two-year program?
It's a 2.5-year program.
Okay.
How much time in the day do you think that you'll be able to spend doing this position with all of your other responsibilities that you have?
Well, the great thing about Fort Hays State University is they have an amazing online program. So that would be the program that I would be utilizing. And when I completed my bachelor's degree, I did most of that primarily evenings and weekends, just to help accommodate schedules with kids and all of that fun stuff. So that is when I would utilize my time. I would also, if awarded this position, probably take fewer credit hours each semester so that I could make sure that I was successful as a judge. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, well, are there any closing comments or anything else that you would like for the commission to know when they make their decisions this afternoon?
I would just want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. And if I were selected to fill this position, I would plan to serve in this capacity for the next 30 to 40 years. And it would be a great honor to serve the citizens of Wauntsee County. And I thank you again.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Douglas. I appreciate your time and the interview. I've enjoyed getting to know you better. So you have a great day. And if you could press the end button, we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. All right. That concludes the interviews, and we're scheduled to take a short break before we begin our discussions. So why don't we do that? It's 4:45 now. Why don't we just break till 4 o'clock, and then we'll start with our discussions, any executive sessions you want to take at that time, and go forward. So we'll see you at 4 o'clock.
Down the hallway here. And you need water or anything? You good? It's usually not this crazy. You have a long drive? How long does it take you?
No, it's about an hour.
About an hour? Oh, wow, that's so much. Rather than I thought.
But this is so much better than, for me, than having my secretary interrupt me during every break and scramble, and so.
Well, and like I said, I can't do it at home. Every time I get more than 2 people on Zoom, I start to crash. So yeah, no, and I don't have the interruptions too.
Well, I certainly appreciate you're doing this.
Absolutely. I wish we could have done it all in person.
Yeah.
The way it is.
I understand. Yeah.
The way it is. Yeah, but it just worked out. And now we know
Wait a minute, what did I do? Thanks. Sorry, I had a panic mode. I just clicked the wrong button and I thought I turned it all off. So, sorry. Sorry, you could see my expression, but I couldn't see you guys.
Yes, we could. I didn't want to say a word.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
And our top stories tonight.
Oh, you're good. You're doing
If my kids were watching this, they'd all be rolling their eyes going, oh my gosh, Mom. Oh.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for Mr. Fuller. So while we're doing that, everybody think about what it is you want to do and how you want to conduct the vote. I'll ask first if we want to go into any executive session, and then after that, we'll go into discussions and then voting. And remember, we're only voting for one person, one position. You all are making the decision as to who will be the next district magistrate judge in Wabansie County.
Justice, this is John Watt. What are we permitted to discuss in executive session?
You are permitted to discuss personal financial records or official background checks of the candidates for the judicial nomination.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is Gene Shear. One of my comments about doing these reviews is it's so much easier to rate somebody high if they got the endorsement letters. Some of them don't have them. I feel so much more comfortable with the applicant with those endorsement letters.
Okay, Mr. Fuller is with us now, so it looks like we have all of the commission members here. And we just went over right before you got back, Mr. Fuller, that we can go into executive session for a couple of reasons. One is for to discuss the personal financial records of the candidates. Or the other is the official background checks of the candidates for judicial nomination. So if you want to discuss either one of those two things, you may do that in executive session if you wish. I would especially be sensitive to any confidential information from those background checks. Otherwise, it would be open for discussion. And then we'll need to decide how it is that we want to vote. And of course, again, that's not set in stone. That's going to be a decision that you all can come up with. So I'll be happy to assist as I can.
This is John Watt again. I would like to hear from the members of this group from Wabansie County if they feel like commenting about any particular candidates. We've got some folks from Wabansie County who may know some of these candidates certainly better than I do or some of the rest of us do. And if they have any insight, I'd like to hear it.
Mr. Lake, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Sorry.
I could. Max Fuller.
Okay. Go ahead, Max.
No, I was just saying I could hear him.
Yeah, and I was simply saying I join John in requesting that if they're comfortable doing that.
I would like to hear from other members here because I've got it narrowed down to 4. And I kind of would like to know a little bit more.
Are we doing this in the executive session?
No, we
Wouldn't it
can't
qualify as an employment matter?
Well, unfortunately, it's my understanding based on this, the law for this particular decision, that the options available for executive session are those 2 things that are listed specifically in the statute. I sympathize that it does make it somewhat awkward and somewhat difficult.
Well, since Norma's got it down to 4, maybe we could do one ballot with 4 on it, vote for 4, and see if anybody pops out as, a more likely candidate.
We could start off that way and then just narrow it down.
One other comment I think I would like to make is John Watt again. I've talked to a number of folks in Waubonsee County about the magistrate position, and a number of them are wary about professional law enforcement folks being serious candidates for this position. I don't think the people I talked to would have disqualified any of these folks, but there is some wariness out there from the people I've talked to about professional law enforcement people being a magistrate judge. Just a comment I thought needed to be made.
Thanks, John.
So what does everybody want to do? Somebody speak up.
I'd say we start with 3 and then narrow down.
I agree with that.
I can live
with
that.
Well, we could, we can take a motion about how you want to proceed. You can vote for as many as you want and then narrow it down and take look to see who are the top vote getters.
This is Dick Lake. I'd be happy with that.
Okay, say voting for, it's been suggested 4 or 3. Do that first in the number 1 ballot. Vote for your top 3 or 4.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I'm filling out my ballot right now.
And how many are we marking?
I make the motion that we mark 4 to start off with.
All right, is there a second?
I'd second it. This is David Allen.
Mr. Allen. So we've got moved and seconded to mark 4 on ballot number 1. Is there any discussion?
I just suggest that if you don't want to mark 4, you don't have to.
It's fine.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, take your ballots out. Mr. Fuller, do you have the official ballots for district magistrate?
I do. I have one. Yeah.
All right, very good. Then I just want to remind everyone to make sure you put number 1 at the top of the page, because you'll need to keep all of these and sign them and print your name as well. So please vote for 4.
Or 3, Dick.
Right.
Since I've already got it filled out, I just don't feel like adding a 4th.
So do I understand correctly, we're going to keep a record of each ballot cast?
Yes, Mr. Pugh, that's correct. We have to.
Well, I've only got 3 here, so that should be enough.
Well, we'll make you take out the paper and pencil if you don't have enough.
Well, I can go copy another one, but
All right, that'd be fine.
I just, all right.
Okay, vote for 4. And I'll list the names. I'm going to start the other way now. Mr. Waugh, do you want to start us out with your 4?
Angela Anderson.
3 more.
And,
That's it.
okay. Then Norma Dunaway.
Okay, I have Amy Crawford, Ashley Douglas, Luca Henderson, and Eric Kirsch.
John Watt. I'm sorry, Mr. Watt, I didn't hear.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Angela Anderson, Michael Clark, Ashley Douglas, Eric Kirsch.
Jean Shearer.
Angela Anderson, Michael Clark, and Eric Kirsch.
Ed Pugh. Mr. Pugh, you're on mute.
Okay, I got it all then. Angela Anderson, Ashley Douglas, Jonathan Ehrlich, Luca Henderson.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the 3rd one.
Jonathan Ehrlich.
Thank you. And was that it?
And Luca Henderson.
Okay.
I voted for 4.
Thank you. I missed the last 2.
Dick Lake.
Amy Crawford, Jonathan Ehrlich, Eric Kirsch.
Max Fuller.
Angela Anderson, Ashley Douglas, and Eric Kurtz.
David Allen.
Angela Anderson, Michael Clark, Ashley Douglas, Eric Kirsch.
Okay, and Marcia, check my tally. I have Angela Anderson with 6, Michael Clark 3, Amy Crawford 2, Ashley Douglas 5, Ralph Dunn 0, Jonathan Ehrlich, 2. Joel Fager, 0. Luca Henderson, 2. Eric Kirsch, 6.
That's what I have.
All right. So the top top votes were Angela Anderson, followed by Ashley Douglas, Angela Anderson and Eric Kirsch had the same amount with 6, and Ashley Douglas with 5. After that, Michael Clark, Amy Crawford, Ehrlich, and Henderson. So now what do you want to do?
I think we got it down to 2. Just Dick Lake.
We have 2 with 6 and 1 with 5.
I'd suggest we just have a tiebreaker between the 2 with 6.
Is that a motion?
I'd so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, John Watt seconded the motion. Is there discussion? No discussion. All in favor of voting for the top 2, raise your hand. I didn't see Mr. Pugh. Okay. All opposed? Okay, Mr. Watt, did you vote for the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, the top 2 vote getters are Angela Anderson and Eric Kirsch. Now you need to look at your ballot number 2 and make sure you put a number 2 at the top. Oh, before you do that, sign your ballot number 1 and make sure your name is printed, please. Okay, now take another form and mark it ballot number 2. And I will go through the list of commissioners and ask you for your vote when you're ready. Is anybody not ready? Okay.
Justice Wilson, I'm sorry. Do they need to mark through the other candidates that they're not considering on the ballot? It's just a question.
That'd probably be a good idea because the ones that are left are the first one and the last one. So we were lucky, cross out everyone between Angela Anderson and Eric Kirsch.
You mean on our ballot 1, you want us to mark?
No, on ballot 2.
Okay.
Mark out all except Anderson and Kirsch.
Well, no, mark out all but one of them, right?
Well, we're not considering anybody other than Angela Anderson. So
I understand.
All right. I'm going to start at the top alphabetically. David Allen.
Angela Anderson.
Norma Dunaway.
Eric Kirsch.
Max Fuller.
Angela Anderson.
Dick Lake.
Eric Kirsch.
Ed Pugh.
He's on mute.
You're on mute, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with that. I vote for Angela Anderson.
Gene Shearer.
Angela Anderson.
John Watt.
Angela Anderson.
Charles Waugh.
Angela Anderson.
All right, the new district magistrate judge of Wabunsee County will be Angela Anderson by a vote of 6-2. Congratulations, commissioners. All right, is there anything else that we need to do today as far as official business goes? Marcia, can you think of anything?
I cannot.
All right, go ahead and make sure you have signed both of your ballots and that you have printed your names. Make sure you keep all 3 of the ballots that you filled out today and mail it to or deliver it to Marcia Johnson with the materials and all of your notes. Those are kept, but they are, and so just for the record, those are kept.
Where do we send these?
To you can send them to me, or send them to me. Attention, Marcia. 301 Southwest 10th Street, Kansas Judicial Center, Topeka, Kansas 66612.
Are we to send in the box full of all of the information?
Yes.
Yeah, Andy, we're just voting for the magistrate.
Justice Wilson?
You can also deliver them at the security desk at the Judicial Center. I know some of you come into Topeka, so if you want to drop them off there, you're more than welcome to, and they'll get them delivered to me or Justice Wilson.
Okay.
Justice Wilson?
Yes.
Charles Law.
Yes, sir.
And what I've seen here today is something amazing. And I want to thank you and Marcia for making it happen.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Waugh. I appreciate that so much. I know this has been a difficult day for all of you, and I know that there were surprises yesterday, but you all have impressed me greatly, and it's been an honor for me to serve with you. And I'm sorry I have to turn you over to Justice Stiegel for the next one, but I really appreciate your willingness to work with me. And so I think that's all I have. And if none of you have anything else, I hope you have a very restful evening, and congratulations for some very good work today.
Thank you very much, Justice Wilson.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.